Peace, peace. So yeah, I'm back. About to bring my guest in. Okay, how you doing?
I'm good. Thank you so much again for allowing me to share this space with you, Turtle Gang, good brother.
Thank you.
As I stated before, I had caught you some years back on I don't remember if it was Sonetta, but it was along those avenues, and you were the only person that was actually talking about indigenous people beings specifically here
Mm-hmm.
because growing up all I was hearing and what most of us heard was talks of Africa. And I'm from New York City as well. I'm in the Bronx.
Okay. Okay.
And so it was a couple of years ago, two brothers outside in front of this grocery store. We had this kind of same conversation. And, I started spitting that Africa business, and they were like, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, you can say that all you want, but we're actually from here.
Mm-hmm.
Turn me
I'm gonna
right 180.
I'm gonna bring another guest up. I still want you to have the floor. I just want to bring them up and keep them waiting. Okay.
Appreciate that.
But you still have the floor though. Continue.
Yeah, so in my journey of going down, so I'm Caribbean as well. My mother is descended from Jamaica, and on my father's side, they're Cuban. And so I never really knew my father's biological father's side. But with my mother growing up, we never talked about race. We never talked about color. We just knew what our nationality does. You know, we, and we spoke English. We didn't speak the patois.
Okay.
But it never occurred to me of being indigenous and knowing about the Tainos and the Arawaks, and that just came about as of late. And so good brother, just talking about that a couple of years ago. This was back in 2016. I would have to say I caught you on YouTube.
Yeah.
And from that point on, I was like, wow, he's got something to say, and I'm here for it. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you for every opportunity I get to speak and hopefully have an impact on somebody's life. It's humbling for me. So thank you for you know being in that space, being able to receive.
For sure. And you had mentioned like about an hour ago in regards to the culture, and
Hmm.
mainly talk I wanted to like expound a little bit more about like the culture with hip hop, being that New York City pretty much originated it as far
Hmm.
as you know b-boying and breakdancing,
Hmm.
even though that's been around for a long
Yeah.
time. But to be in all fairness, New York City, the
Yeah.
Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Harlem,
It's where it
we
all
definitely
came together
exactly.
and yeah, manifested itself. Like not just the elements, they all came together and stood up as one cohesive culture. Yeah,
Exactly.
self-identifying culture. So yeah.
Exactly. And that never, I never questioned, whether it was Caribbean, Puerto Ricans, fundamental black, whatever that is, the ABFB. I don't know what that is, but
FBI.
yeah, this new acronym. But
Yeah.
it never dawned on me to say, oh, this particular group of people create. I knew who it was, in New York City. It's mostly Puerto Ricans and blacks. If they're not from the South, they are Caribbean, but they don't say that they're Jamaican or Haitian. They're pretty much like, I'm black.
Hmm.
um and so this whole bait biting and backbiting each other and saying, well, we were here and we made this happen and this that, like that we shouldn't even be getting to that part. We shouldn't even be tearing that type of our culture apart like that.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah, because we have too many outsiders already doing that. So for us to fix our face to talk against each other, that's like you talking about your family members to strangers.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? You're exposing yourself to people that don't need to know your business. And that's what I'm seeing now. And so I'm glad that you brought up, with culture and Yeah, it means something. It means, you know, and we should be proud of it. Gives us an identity, and we should be proud of that.
Mm-hmm. Like we have been self-identifying people for a long time. We just allowed ourselves to be labeled. You know what I mean? But the culture that we participated in and the expressions that we brought forth, those came from within. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of the situations we was put in, you know, we still created something better for ourselves. You know, our ancestors will talk about, you know, shit like chitlins. Now, I never ate no chitlins. Ain't no historical record of my family being no chitlin. You know what I mean? But I know what the idea of chitlins is about. It's about you taking the worst part, the shit that was left over for you, and creating something, you know what I mean,
Right.
that you could feed your family with, you know what I mean, and making it as appealing as possible. That's hip hop. You know what I mean? That's hip hop. So you got to be able to identify aspects of the culture as they present themselves. You know what I mean? That's just the truth of it. And the people who want to have these arguments, I think a lot of times they are really not submerged in the culture. Like I said, I think these arguments are, uh, you know, they're economic conversations that people need to be having about how we can, you know, monetize the things we create. You know what I mean? Not
Exactly.
only not only the individual items, but the cultures we create and will continue to create. You know what I mean? If it's going to be about the money game, then yeah, we got to figure out how to do it before Johnny come lately
Right.
takes what we left, what we created, and they, you know what I mean? But a lot of that also has to do with our infrastructure.
Mm.
Like, it's like you create something, take it to the man that own the store, and ask him if you can put it in the store, and he like no. Then you come back a week later, and he done made the same thing that you just wanted to sell.
Mm-hmm.
He done made it, and now he's selling it, and it's selling out.
Right.
Nigga, it ain't the idea. You ain't got a store. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're missing certain parts of it. So if this is the history of what happens, then maybe you don't want to bring that out until you got the store. So
Right.
now you can put the, you know what I mean, and now you can make the profit off of it that you feel you deserve. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's just a, you know, an
Right.
analogy for the situation. But we come up short because we don't understand the
Mm-hmm.
full ramifications of the game. But we want to be in
Exactly.
the game. You know what I mean? And all we got to offer in the game is our culture, is who we are. 1992, I caught a little deal.
Mm.
I was designing women's workout gear. This is 92, so this is before like the spandex hit and it was a part of like
Mm-hmm.
everyday wear. So it's
Right.
still primarily for upper class women who went to the gym. This is
Mm-hmm.
92, so it wasn't like it is now where everybody's in the gym. So I
Right.
was
Like
designing.
aerobics, like
Yeah,
that kind.
it was more
Yeah.
aerobic stuff. Yeah,
Right.
it wasn't the spandex that we know now. So I got a deal designing uh, clothing for women of the diaspora. They coined it African women of the diaspora. You know what I mean? So African women, Caribbean women, just patterns that would appeal to the black woman.
Right.
So like the first line we did was primarily African. You know what I mean? A lot of aunts, all that. I designed it, did well.
Mm-hmm.
The next line that was coming was going to be Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? And so on and forth. We was going to go through all the cultures. You
Right.
know what I mean? So obviously we started with the African because that was the most popular. That's what they wanted to address first. So we started with that.
Right.
And the first year this company was called Weekend Exercise. It's a company out of New York. One of their one of their one of their front men for one of their company. They own like 7 different companies, 7 different women's workout gear. So
Mm.
when you went into the store, they owned all the brands. So you're deciding which one you want to buy. They own them all. So now they want to, get their black woman's money. So Barishnikov was like one of their representatives. So it was a big company.
Yeah.
First year they made $8 million off of my art, right, off my designs. Now I was brought to them because my cousin actually worked for them. And when they started talking about creating this line, my cousin was like, oh, my cousin, he perfect. He an artist. He in the streets. You know what I mean? He talked that shit. He cultural, like he perfect for you.
Right.
They was like, you don't even got to look. So they brought me up. I met him, came in there. I'm 22, just left the studio. I'm doing music. I'm in the streets. I'm in my prime, in the middle of the culture, the street culture.
Yeah.
I'm coming to have dinner with them. At that point, I just got knowledge of self. So I'm talking my God body shit. They're a Jewish company. I'm like, I know who y'all are. I'm talking real wild and reckless, but they loved it because they felt like it was authentic. So they signed me to the deal. First year went well. They was paying me $1,500 a print.
Wow.
So, hey, I'm doing great. I'm handing them 7-8 prints. They're giving me this money. I'm good. So after all the numbers come back end of the year, turns out they made like $8 million, $7-8 million all together. Now, in my mind, I'm like, damn, that's a lot of money. Shit. I don't think I got what I was deserving. You know what I mean? So now, mind you, my line debuted in Macy's. Like I was like the first African-American, quote unquote, to have a fashion line debut in Macy's. Like some historical shit. So the numbers come back. Now we going into the next year. It's time to renegotiate. So I'm telling them, nah, I don't want $1,500 a print. I want points, at least 10 points. I want this. So off that 8 mil would have been 800,000. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be, I want, I mean, I'm trying to set things up because I'm seeing what's going on.
Right.
They like, nah, that's not how this works. Business don't work like that. They was like, truthfully, if you don't sign this deal, we'll just go find some other artists that want an opportunity and we'll bring them in and move on from you. And I'm like, all right, if that's what you think, boom, 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 bye, stalemate. Didn't sign a deal. I left. Now, before I left, they offered me $80,000 to draw for 4 months out the year. They would send me anywhere I want for those 4 months. 80,000, 4 months. I turned them down. Fuck that. I'm trying to build a company with my family. I'm going strong on them. So we end up going our separate ways. But at this time, I'm feeling like, yo, it's about to happen. We already on. So we go to another company. They sign us to a deal, but they don't have as much bigger budget. Our shit don't debut in Macy's. We in mom and pop stores.
Right.
Shit failed, and it fell off. So that was the end of my career. I got bitter. I'm still doing music, still running the streets. I just come home from college. I'm just really into life and the culture. So I let the clothing shit go. Obviously, throughout my life, I revisit that like, damn, I think I fucked up. You know what I mean? I messed up. You know what I mean? I could have did more out of that, but I didn't understand the business. You know what I'm saying? I didn't understand all these things. So I was giving them some highly cultural things. I was giving them street culture. I was giving them African culture, and they loved it. I was giving them indigenous American culture. I was giving them the shit they love, selling them the culture, and they was monetizing it. So I know what people are talking about. Like I literally, like there was times they would call me, like, yo, you got to come up to the city and paint a mural. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, we need you to paint. It's a 10 by 8. It's not even real. It's styrofoam, but it's going to look good. We got to do a Photoshop. We need you. Like, am I getting paid? Yeah, just get up here. Just get up here. Hop the train, shoot up to New York, end up tagging up this whole backdrop so they could do a photo shoot. You know what I'm saying? End up not getting paid for it. I'm tight. I'm like, where my check? I'm treating them crazy. Now they starting to act like, is it even worth it fucking with this young kid? You know what I mean? All these things. But I played myself out of position because I didn't understand the business. You know what I mean? And I didn't understand that before I even go up in there and paint that mural, I got to get something on paper. You know what I mean? It's so much I didn't understand. And that's the problem we as a people are having, and we continue to have. And then we watch other people who understand the business make big money off of our work, our culture. You know what I'm saying? So I understand people being bitter. I understand them wanting to make a stand and all this, but I also understand that it's more on us to set ourselves up properly. So when we enter into these arenas, we can be properly compensated for what we bring. You know what I mean? And
Correct.
it ain't just the artwork, it's the culture, because we are the culture. The moment we walk in the door, the culture is here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And we just have to, we got to understand those things. We got to look at ourselves. I heard I heard some rapper, maybe Jay-Z or something. He said rappers, they don't need managers, they need CEOs. Because you a corporation, you a business, you a product within itself. So motherfuckers need to be making decisions on that level, not on no manager level. Like they the CEO of a corporation, because that's what you are. So when we start thinking of ourselves as that and having that type of value, then we're going to be able to, maximize our value, what we're worth. You know what I mean?
Correct.
But we just have to understand those things.
And what you just brought out was very valuable information, because that's a teaching lesson. And what happened was, back in that era in 92, that's what pretty much happened to all the artists.
Yeah.
And they were your age, not knowing too much, but just wanting to get their foot in the door. Yeah. And I think we kind of evolved a little bit from it, where we have some hindsight now about how these labels get down, but it's still, like you just said, we have to treat ourselves as the CEO. And a lot of the young brothers, and maybe some of the girls as well, they're really kind of just like this live and die right away. Like, I'm in it for the moment, and that's it. And they don't get to see, in their 40s or 30s, like they don't get to see themselves escalate, and that's the real shame. But if they take what you just said and take that as a keynote, they could prosper a little bit better. Yeah. But a lot of people back in that era got jerked around.
Yeah, that was common in that era. But one thing I am noticing now, right? A lot of the people that are complaining are the older people. You know why? Because the youth kind of get it. They know how to monetize their shit. You know what I mean? They're not having that bitter conversation. Right. And that's good. And maybe our victory is in that. Maybe those of us who missed our boat, you know what I mean? And yeah, we still carry that bitterness, but let it go, because the youth don't deal with that. You know what I mean? They've like, maybe they don't pay enough homage to the people who put them in a position to do what they do.
Right.
But so what? They're having better lives. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they're making their own lane out of it.
Yeah, we would like for them to look back and throw a lifeline to some of these people who didn't get. I mean, that's only right. You know what I'm saying? But at least the next generations are starting to prosper. You know what I mean? They're starting to, like, they're not suffering from the mistakes. Peace, Philip. They're not suffering from the mistakes we made. You know what I mean? So I can look at my story, and I can look at what the young kids are doing on social media, and I can say, good for them. You know what I mean? Right. I may not agree with the content,
right?
But you know what I mean? Okay, so we had the dope content, but we ain't have the business savvy. Now they got trash content, but great business savvy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So now maybe the next generation will be great content along with the business savvy, and now real messages can be getting put back out there. You know what I mean? Imagine the 90s music and the message in the music with today's social media and branding. You know what I mean? Think who artists, like, you know, the message that could have been conveyed by the artists who really had something to say back then would be amplified now. So maybe it's going to come in cycles, and we're getting everything together, and the next generation will be able to put the two together, and we won't have to worry about people being bitter when they turn 50, 60, because they don't feel like they got the recognition for something they created. But your recognition is the fact that the generations that come after you can eat. That's the 7th generation principle.
Right.
Like, live it out.
That's your legacy.
That's your legacy. Yeah. So
now, can I ask you, Turtle? Well, I know that's not your real name, but I'll say Turtle. Can I ask that, or would it be safe to say that our generation kind of dropped the ball with this new generation? Because there's a gap. There's this kind of disconnect, and I'm still trying to. I feel like that because I'm 46, but like our parents, we're kind of like the middleman between our parents and this younger group, and then we're in the middle. Do you feel like we kind of dropped the ball in some way with giving them lessons?
Well, I feel like we drop. I don't feel like it's our generation. I think it's like the generation that came right under us, and they kind of dropped the ball, but Google picked the ball up for them. So everything that they didn't necessarily teach or instill in their kids were able to still acquire the information, but from such a different perspective. They're getting it from Google. They're getting it like functional, like, what you doing? Oh, I'm Googling how to do something. I'm Googling how to bake something. You know what I mean? Whereas 50 years ago, you learning how to do that from your mother or your grandmother. You know what I mean? So I think the generations that are here now it's a mixture of very intelligent and then immature. You know what I'm saying? But their access is on the access to the level of intelligence they have is so much greater than what we had. But I think we were probably more mature at the same ages. Yeah. Now they're a little less mature, a little more want it quicker, but they have access to so much technology. Like, they deal with high-end intellectual things, but they still have kind of immature ways, you know what I mean? Yeah, I feel like it's the 40 or younger. And I don't know, I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, no, you just put it in perfect perspective for me, because I'm still like kind of scratching my head, like, where, because I like to talk and engage with the younger. I have a almost 30-year-old, a 24-year-old son, and my oldest is a 30-year-old. She's a female woman, and then I have a 15-year-old girl. So I'm trying to, like, I'm still relative enough, but not as relative, and so I try to like find where is this how to connect in some way, shape, or form. But you pinned the nail on the head, is that we were mature back, especially around that time. And now this generation's kind of, and I think we kind of given them a little slack. We had a lot of school of hard knocks. And so that's why some of us are kind of bitter, 40s and 50s, because it's like, damn, we had to scrape by and do X, Y, and Z to get into that show, and do this, that, and the third. And now these kids are doing it. It's like, damn, so
like, what we had to do to have our voices heard? We had to go to the studio. You had to get shit pressed. You had to stand out in front of the radio station hoping the DJ come by so you could try and give him your album, your record. So, and then hopefully he played. You got to do all these things just to get your voice heard. Now they just upload it, right? And this is the thing. Brothers be bitter over that. But I'm like, bro, you could just upload shit too. You know what I'm saying? Like, it may not be you. Maybe you got to get behind one of these young boys,
right,
and help him with his shit and produce his music and start to be the bridge that, you know what I mean?
That's it.
Like, like, I'll be telling people, like, what are you mad about? The shit? Oh man, they could just load their shit up, and so could you, motherfucker. Pardon my language. So could you. And okay, the issue is you still want to be 19.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? We still, you just gotta accept it for what it is. If these people love to do music, if you older and you still want to do music, do your music. Find your fan base. You know what I mean? Just understand that the popular thing, that's not going to be your genre. That's not going to be where you're going to get any listens because your time is come and gone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But it's still here right now. That season came and gone. You're in another season now. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be season appropriate. That's all.
Right.
But,
and use the maturity that we had to flip it.
Yeah.
Because we're wise. I think we're like wise beyond our age, like the stuff that we did back then and the resources. You know, we were the latchkey kids that we had to be resourceful, especially in New York City where it's like the jungle. I mean, it's Desert Storm. It's like little kids going through blocks in Harlem and the Bronx, like, or Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Like,
I think like I was 7 years old with the key tucked under my t-shirt, coming home, pulling the key out, letting myself in the building, not just the front door. You got to get in the building.
Right.
And you got to go upstairs and get in your own crib. Right. So I'm like, I look at like 7-year-olds now. I'm like, I can't see that. I'm like, was I really 7? I'm like, nah, yeah, I think I was 6. So I'm thinking about where I lived and the years I lived. I'm like, nah, I think I was like 6. Like, damn, that's amazing. I look at like a 7-year-old now. I'm like,
yeah,
you could never, let alone be in the house by yourself.
Right.
What?
Right.
But yeah, it was a different level of maturity. Also,
and it definitely was a different era. I had the same thing. I was like 9, and my mom moved from one side of the Bronx to the other, and I had to take my little 5-year-old brother across town. I mean, 2 little kids getting on 2 different buses and crossing, you know, doing all that kind of commuting, like, is unfathomable. But that's the era, and so there's a lot of us in that's of age now where we have the kind of this little gripe because we had to grow up before our time. That's where the maturity came in from. It's because we had to grow up. We were put in adult situations where we had to fend for ourselves. So we had no time to really, I mean, we could, you know, we had time to be kids, but you had to be alert. And that's kind of an adult thing, to be on point. And so, you know, we shouldn't take that for value. If anything, we should embrace it. I mean, sometimes I live in my 90s glory days and I miss it. And, you know, I can't help it. But, you know, we definitely have to find a way to, like you said, you join in with them, help them out wherever you can. But it's their time to shine. Yeah,
like I think a lot, like at this point, we got to stop. Like, I ain't gonna say we, but I see a lot of older, you know, people our age, whatever, still trying to be today cool, trying to be, you know what I mean, trying to be what the young people are now, thinking that's going to garner some type of camaraderie from them. You know what I mean? Like they really kind of immature. I find like I have a good relationship with a lot of young people. I work with a lot of young people. You know what I mean? So I think just being yourself and, you know, letting them know it's a difference between, like, you ain't got to tell me I'm the older dude. I know.
Right.
And because I am, I'm going to let y'all know a few things here and there because guess what? I'm supposed to. You know what I mean? So we can laugh and joke and, you know what I mean? We can get caught up in the moment and you treat me like I'm your peer. But I'm always going to keep letting y'all know that regardless of what it is, I'm here to make sure y'all do better. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I am around kids. You know what I mean? I still play basketball with them, still do all my thing. I talk slick like I'm still 20, you know what I mean? Do all that. But a moment doesn't go by where I don't remind them, you know, yeah, but I'm still here. I'm still like your parent up in here. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be cool I'm not trying to be none of the things so you like me for the reasons you like your other friends. You're going to appreciate me for very unique reasons. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the relationship I have with a lot of young people. And I play basketball with them. We get it in. have conversations about all types of things, but they respect me as being an older person. You know what I mean? So that's
And
definitely
that's
something.
another thing that's needed in the so-called culture. You know, we have a lot of baby boys, and we have a lot of these you know, man childs running around here, and you know, where's the father figures, where's the male figures at? Like, we need to stop, like you just said, we can't be 40, 50 something years old and still trying to act like 20.
Yeah. Yep.
You're doing a disservice to the younger crew, because they're actually looking for some guidance,
They're
even if
looking
they
for
don't come
guidance.
up and say it.
Yep.
They're looking for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if they can get guidance from somebody they admire or slightly look up to for whatever reasons,
Yeah.
that's how you get them. You know what I
Right.
mean? That's how you get them. Like, my job, you know, I encounter, not only do I work with young people, but I encounter young people. You know what I mean? And I have to deal with a lot of times the negative spectrum,
Mm-hmm.
the negative side of what's going on. And
Right.
you know, it's easy to talk to them if you're just honest and you're transparent. You know what I'm saying? And you know, yeah, kids definitely want guidance. They definitely want to feel like they're being appreciated. When I say kids, I'm talking about 22, 23,
Right.
24, 25. I ain't just talking about little kids. I'm talking about all the way up. They
Right.
want to feel like they want to be mentored. Like they want
They want to be
relationships.
heard. They want to
Yeah,
be.
they want that shit, whether they know how to ask for it or not. You know what I'm saying? So you just got to know how to make yourself available for them. You know
Right.
what I mean? And make them not feel like it's corny. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? So
Right.
yeah, I think a lot of times older people too busy trying to be cool around young people. Nah, you don't need these young people to like you. Be you. You know what I
Right.
mean? Real recognize real. If they real people gonna get it. Don't matter what their age is. You know what I mean? I'm always looking for the real people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear that. That's what, I guess, what kept that's what's keeping me and my kids, you know, on our relationship, because like I said, I'm relatively a young parent. I had my first when I was 15 in 92.
Mm.
And you know, just the fear of being a teenage mom, it made me like kind of like be more disciplined with my kids, so that I was like, no, don't do that. Don't be the poster. I'm the
Mm-hmm.
poster child. You don't want to do that. You
Yeah,
want to live.
yeah.
And you know, knock on wood, they're still, you know, I have two 20, you know, almost a 30-year-old and a 24-year-old, and no kids. You know, and I'm like, just live your life.
Mm-hmm.
But I try to be as transparent and tell them my tales of woe, so that they can be like, all right, you know, well, mom did X, Y, and Z, so let me try to go around this way and do this. And you know, hopefully, you know, and I know that they listen to me, even though they don't tell me, but they do. They
Mm-hmm.
show me. That's how I know that they're listening to me in their
Indeed.
actions.
Indeed. Yeah. I got a 26-year-old, and I don't like. We was blessed. His mother and myself, we were blessed. Like, my son grew up. I ain't hide nothing from him. You know what I mean? I used to be damn near on the block with him in the
Mm-hmm.
stroller. You know what I mean?
Me too.
I had a studio. You know what I mean? Like a music studio. I engineered. So he used to be in the studio with me. Tons of street niggas all over the place, getting it
Mm-hmm.
in, whatever. And you know, I ain't hide nothing from him.
Right.
But that right there, he wasn't tempted by anything he ever could encounter in the streets. You know what I mean? He never seen nothing that went on in the streets, and he was intrigued by it because he
Right.
got uncles back at the crib with the hammer sitting right on the table. You know what I'm saying? He not, you know what I mean? It's regular shit. In fact, he feel a little powerful because he know I got uncles that'll come wipe this whole block clean. What you talking about? But he
Right.
humble, so he don't he ain't pressing. But none of these things intrigued him. My son ain't never been in trouble. Like, I never even had to beat him. I used to be like, damn boy, can you do something? Like, I'm a father. I want to get one good one in. You know what I'm saying? I never even got one good one in. Like, you know, he a grown man now. If I jump on him now, he'll slam me, drag me around the room. You
Right.
know what I mean? But
Right.
if you be real with your kids and be open and transparent with them, I think they'll be all right. You know what I mean? But you got to have good, positive relationships. You got to really be in their life more than just financial.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You got to establish a real connection. But my brother just stepped in, Spirit Wolf.
Hey.
Let me tell you, let me just give you your proper intro first before we. All right, so this is a brother I go way back with. We got a great story together. It's a triumphant one. I'm proud of everything he's doing. You know what I mean? I see what he's doing, and it's beyond prolific. You know what I mean? It's the brother Spirit Wolf. Bro, thank you for tapping in. Let me turn the floor over to you, and Foxy will definitely get back with you. Please don't stay in the conversation. I just gotta give my brother his flowers.
Oh, appreciate it.
In this moment. All right. So peace, brother.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we good. We good.
All right. How you doing, Turtle Gang? Pleasure to meet you.
Good, man. Good to have you.
See you on here. You know what I mean? How you doing?
I'm good, man.
I like the last build that you had. We was in here in the barbershop building off of that earlier, and I'm listening to your conversation. But the one you have right now is very interesting as well. It's a conversation that needs to be had because just me being a barber, a lot of times I get a lot of the old tough guys from our era, and they come their sons, and they just like, they always come to the barber for everything. So they come here, man, come on, man, I don't know what's wrong with this dude, man, blah, blah, blah. He just sit here, man, all they want to do is play video games and blah, blah, blah. It's like they want their son to be so tough, and you can't have your son be so tough if you're right there. If you're in the picture and you just brought him to the barbershop. In our days, a lot of times it was our mothers doing everything. I don't know what the system was or what was going on back then in the 70s and in the early 80s or whatnot for myself, because I'm born in 76. So it was a whole transition that happened to where in our age, we were actually there for our children. We're actually there. So it's like I have 10 children. Well, I would say 11 because I have a stepson as well. But I have 8 sons biological, right, and 2 daughters. None of my children have ever walked to school or walked home from school. They've never been on the bus, on the train. It's like it's certain things that they've never done. So if my children have never done that, and I'm asking the next guy, have your children done this? And now he's just sitting there like, and I'm like, how do you expect for him to be this ultimate tough guy that if you're in the house? It's impossible. He has to get past you, and that's never going to happen. You know what I mean? So the way our children are geared now is totally different than the way we were because of the way the parents conversate and get along if they're together, if they're not together, if they're in separate households or whatnot. It's totally different. Like my children, they're not in the same household, but they're nonstop on the phone and they play video games with each other, talking to each other all the time. So they know about stuff before I even know about it. They tell me what's going on. So it's a lot that we have to deal with, but it's a lot that we're blessed with by having these type of children. I have my oldest daughter is 26. She's going to be a congresswoman. She graduated from UCR. Now she's at UCLA, right? My second son, I have like 5 other children in high school, but they're all like my second son, so to speak. He's a football star. He has a 4.1. You know what I mean? So it's like everything with them is totally different. So it's not for us to be so rough on them, but us to give them the insight that we had when we was younger, and that changes everything. I had a kid come in here one time. The little kid, I'm not gonna call him a kid because he was like 17, but he turned around and he told me one day, he was asking me all these questions, and then he looked in the sky and he said, man, I give up everything just to have one day in the 80s with you guys. You know what I mean? So the stories that we have, the things that we've seen, the people that we've met, if you're not relating this to your children and taking them around with you sometimes, not to all of the stuff, but taking them around to see what you do, the people that you communicate with, how people respond to you, then it might be a disconnection.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like a lot of my son's respect and admiration he has for me is because he's seen how the people I was around and the people that I brought him around, how they treated me and how they respected me.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that allowed him to have a real perspective on his father. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you know what I mean? And that gave him confidence in me, which now gives him confidence in himself.
Right.
You know what I mean? So yeah, that's a great point. Like, got to get out their way, got to let them get out there and live their life a little. Like we was talking earlier, we come from the latchkey kid era. So wasn't nobody stopping us from being out. We just had to be back before, for me, moms got home. Yeah, you get off at 6, but I know you're going to hit the bar, you're going there. So you probably pulling at about 8 o'clock. So from 6 to 8, I'm still in the street. I'm on my toes, but I know come 8, mom should be rolling up. You know what I'm saying? We had that freedom.
Yep.
Kids now, they getting tracked on their iPhones, and you got to do it. Don't get me wrong. You got to do it. We live in a different era, but they definitely don't have that level of freedom. Like, yeah.
Not at all. You ask these children, name me 5 phone numbers.
Oh, no.
They can't do it. I knew 100 numbers back then. In my head. You know what I mean? I was in Africa, and people was asking me, you said you turned your phone on. I said, yeah. They said, so how are you getting around? I said, when I was by the internet, I looked up everything. I wrote it all down on this piece of paper. I got the majority of it in my head, and now let's go. So people is wondering how I'm getting around, really the people I was with, because they was like, you're not supposed to be going out like that, but I have to get out. I'm from Los Angeles. I grew up, I'm on Crenshaw right now as we speak. So I'm from the city, just like from the city like that. It's a certain thing we need. It's a certain vibration I have to have.
Gotta be out by the people.
When I talk about my navigation skills are just like impeccable from being a latchkey kid and having to do certain things. It was like a must. My mom dropped me off. Okay, you have to understand, I'm from Maryland, right? And my family's from Maryland. So I came out here, I was 2 years old. I always had to go back and forth, but my mom had me at 16, right? So now she's 19, 20 years old, and she has to drop me off at school, right? So I remember her literally dropping me off at preschool. Excuse me, before she did that, she took me to the school, showed me how to walk home, right? Then took me back to the school, took me to the door, put her key off her neck, put it on my neck. It was the first time I ever experienced that. And she said, here go the key, put it in here. Do not take it off. Keep it on all day, and make sure you go straight home, just like I told you.
Straight home.
To work. Do you know I left kindergarten? That same day, I started walking the opposite. When I left out the school, I started going, my house was west. I started going east. And so I went the way my mother told me. And all of the children in my same class looked and was like, where you going? So I'm going this way. They said, but you said you live over there. I said, yeah, but my mom told me I have to walk around this way. Why would you walk around that way when you can just go straight here and get to the street and just go?
She don't want you on the block.
Yeah, She
don't want you.
Yeah. But I was doing what they had me do was walk straight through the projects, which was actually a straight route. But you know what kids gonna do? They say, let's go to the candy house.
Yep.
What is a candy house?
Damn, bro, did you grow up with me in Red Bank?
Following them. You know, I mean, this is the very first day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I made it home safely, but I was 5 years old. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it was deep, man. So we just have different experiences. Yep.
Absolutely.
Totally
Absolutely. Yep.
They're different experiences, but they sound the same.
Well, we having different experiences in the kids now.
Oh,
yes.
right.
Yeah. We're definitely different people. Like, that whole walking home. My thing was, my mother ain't want us walking by the high school. Don't walk past the high school. No matter what you do, don't walk past. High school was right on the block, right next to the liquor store. Don't walk past the high school, 5, 6 years old. But on the next block across the street from the high school is the candy store. So we going by the high school at some point, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna be able to see the high school at least, you know what I'm saying? The candy store right there, you know, and yeah, you go to school with the intentions that I'm a latchkey kid, I'm gonna go straight home, but your friends always got you all through the hood, wherever you're not supposed to be, but that's a part of your experience in growing up. You know what I mean? Also is the neighbor who will let your mother, oh yeah, I seen such and such, you know what I mean? Like we had that too, you know what I mean? Miss Johnson, whoever, you know what I mean? Miss Davis, whoever that had authority over you as well. And you ain't even know this woman had authority over you, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we definitely come from different times. The kids now, they so advanced, but as I saying that they feel a little more immature, and that's because we coddle them more. You know what I'm saying? But we did that like what you supposed to do. We come through what we came through the 80s, like a war zone. Now we having kids.
Right.
I'm a great father because my father wasn't there.
Right.
You know what I mean? So maybe now when my son, he not coming from any polarizing, not having a father or having an overbearing father, he's coming from a position of, you know, like we've healed a little. I ain't have a father. Me and his mother ain't stay together, but I was always in his mother's life, always in his life. Whenever they needed, I'm right there. You know what I mean? So now he's at a point where we get to the point where he got his woman, he got his girl, they happy, both got good jobs. Economically, they can afford this America shit. You know what I mean? Because for a lot of us, for a long time, we couldn't afford this shit. We just here and got nowhere to go. You know what I mean? Like, but these youth now are putting themselves in a position to be able to afford this shit. Now, I used to get pulled over all the time driving, and my issue was I didn't have insurance, didn't have registration. Not that I couldn't afford to buy a car, not that I couldn't afford to put gas in the car, but I can't afford to do all this shit. I can't put gas in it, have it insured, registered. You know what I'm saying? I can't afford everything. Something got to give.
And it would be a hoopty. It's not.
And it's a hoopty. You know what I mean? So now they in positions where these kids understand finances way better. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they're more prepared to be United States citizens than a lot of us ever were. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm happy about that for the kids. That's why, you know, all this griping and belly aching, keep that shit away from the youth. Let's have these conversations amongst the older people, and let's not drag these youngins into it. But these youngins are looking for guidance
all the time.
They coming online, they enter into these conversations, and they looking for guidance. And all too many times, the older people are letting them down. You know what I mean? So, but bro, so yeah, let's talk a little.
Your platform is what's relevant because, as I said to you before, Turtle, that 2015-16 is kind of when I got knowledge of self, because I've always been on this path, especially back in our era. But to see you and you're still on YouTube. Trust me, there are young people that are checking into this to hear someone like yourself giving them this knowledge that they're not going to hear from a lot of other men that are griping, that are older, that they don't want to hear that. They want to hear a lot of information that's that resonates with them, and that's what. And for me, that's what you're doing for me.
Yeah, I try to appeal to the good people. You know what I mean? Like, give people a chance. Some people they don't. Some people don't know the rules because ain't nobody taught them the rules. Ain't nobody showed them a better way. So they only gonna reflect what they've already seen. You know what I mean? Like I said, a lot of people, I don't think they as genuine as they present themselves to be, and they looking for a check. And those are always the loudest ones that get the most attention because they know how to tap into. Like, it's easy. Like, it would be very easy for me to get up here, and I could have took the approach years ago. They did us wrong. Because everybody can appeal to that. You know what I mean? We all been through hard times. We can all be mad at this did this to us and that, and that's low-hanging fruit. And that's a very easy way to get the people's emotions stirred up. And then that just leads to nothing. because they just get crazy and then boop, go offline and go get in bed or whatever. It's not like nothing's really being done. But real intellectual conversations, they get off, they go lay down, and that conversation is with them in their mind. And they rest on that. And it starts to produce something. You know, it's the seed you plant. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's a lot of us out here doing
that's what you did for me. You dropped the seed years ago, and between you and Brother Asir, y'all were the only ones talking about us here. Not that Africa stuff. And there was nothing disrespectful that comes out of your mouth. Y'all bring the as they call receipts. I mean, and that had me all turned around. And to be older and for my knowledge to like unlearn what I've learned, and then you presenting something else, I'm like, what is this? Like it's got me hungry and just yearning and more, even doing research in my own family. Like I have no race in the horse as far as reparations here because my family's from the islands, but we're still indigenous nonetheless. And then to hear you and Brother Asir talking about, you know, how just the civilization is here, and then me watching documentaries of like Mesoamerica and the mounds and the pyramids that are here, older than out there in Africa, and oh man, you just you don't understand. The seed that you planted is grown. My head is like just spinning with the knowledge that you've given and other brothers that are out here doing that work, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Like I said, thank you for being open enough to receive these, you know, these information. Like this is like Creator put us in positions to carry out our duties, you know what I mean, walk our paths. And, you know, we just being put in position. This is just who Creator chose to bring that message forth, you know what I mean? So, you know, I always remain humble. I try to remain humble in every aspect, you know, every setting I'm in. But I do appreciate, you know, the kind words, though, definitely. So,
Yep. Can I add on to that?
Yeah, please do.
1 second, bro, because you really like changed the whole atmosphere of really what's going on in America. I don't think people understand that. So I'm gonna say it out loud so people can really get what's going on. All right, for me, of course, I heard indigenous stuff growing up. Whatever, I'm a hip hop kid, so I got Rakim, you know, KRS One. I got all that in my head growing up. So whatever was with my family, I wasn't even thinking about it, right? So I'm following the narrative of hip hop, in short, right? Great family, live a good life. But when it comes to me really getting in touch with myself after all of the stuff I did, it was when I saw Turtle Gang on Sonetta TV with the Brooklyn Moors. And I was a Grand Sheik at the time, having a ball, living a great life. I mean, just having so much fun. And then they passed the mic to this brother. And he got the naming, everything around where they were standing at. And he was using the original name. Then he started talking about his ancestors, his own family, right? And he started talking about what his family did and what they've done. I was like, just going to the volume, turning it up. And I was like, oh, wow. Because they call us in California, they refer to us as the law mowers because we just came in just like, you know, we was in school going to college. So we just came in like on a bum rush, studying law and stuff like that, and was putting the two together and was on one. So when he said, well, I got the documents in my backpack, right? And he was trying to go in his backpack, then they took the mic from him. Like, yeah, Turtle Gang, we're going to get you back in a second. Then they just start passing the mic around. He was just standing there. Like, and I'm just like, when are they going to give him the mic? When? So I'm texting, when are you going to give him the mic?
I think I watched that, yes.
So it cut off. So I almost like threw my computer. And so I got so mad that I started getting like envious in a good way. I don't know how that's even possible, right? I started getting envious, like, he said this about his family. He said about, man, I got that in my family too. Man, I gotta go find this. So my mind now was, find this. I forgot when my grandmother chewed me out about me calling her a Creole. And she's like, I was cutting her hair, and she just turned around and was like, I'm not a Creole. What will make you call me something like that? I said, cause we light skin, you know, I got green eyes. I supposed to got it from you and your family. He said, what does that got to do with anything? What is that? How does that make me a Creole? My father was an Indian, and his father was an Indian. Now go look it up. And then she turned back and get a haircut, and I'm just sitting there like, she never told me that ever,
Yeah.
ever. So I was just like, all right, but that still went out of my head, right? Until I saw you, then these certain things started coming back to memory of when I was 7 years old. I had to get on a plane. My mom, God bless my mom, she's still here, but she always put me on a plane and go back east. My uncle was there to pick me up. It was supposed to be my father picking me up, and I was heated. And my uncle said, I gotta take you to go see Pop. That's my grandfather. And I'm like, okay. He said, but at his job, because I always hang out with my grandfather at the house, never at his work. We get to his job. When I get there, he says, go upstairs, my mom wants to talk to you. Because he used to be a U.S. Marshal. Now he's a retired security guard working at an old folks home, and his mom lives upstairs. So when I go and see him, he gives me a hug. He said, go upstairs, my mom want to talk to you. So I'm like, and my uncle said, come on. So we get on the elevator, we go upstairs. He opens the door. My great grandmother's in the living room. She like this. Come here, and then I sat down, and then she started going like this to the pictures, and I couldn't remember nothing else, right? So after Turtle Gang, I saw him. All this stuff started coming to my head, and I really couldn't like sleep for like 2 days. Then I had to call my uncle to ask, like, do you remember this story when this happened? He said, yeah. I said, what she want to talk to me about? What was so important that you had to not have my father come and get me? You take me to go see her. He said, oh, man, grandma's more. And her family is something. They sold Manhattan or something like that. They're from Jersey and from Brooklyn. And they sold Manhattan, and she tells everybody the story, but she likes to name it all down the line or whatever. And she just wanted to tell you before she passed. Right? So that happened because of Turtle. The thing for my grandmother, I remember that conversation with my uncle. One of my children's mothers came in the house right after that. She handed me a piece of paper because she was seeing what I was on. She said, "Here, this is something my father has this." And I looked, and it said her father was born in some paper for Oklahoma, and it literally said on there, her grandfather born in the teepee in Oklahoma. Her father looked like Michael Jordan. What is going on? You know what I'm saying? So I went and got Ancestry.com, looked up my grandmother, her father, his father, 1930. Boom, it said it right there. So fast forward, I started going on to my Indian crave, right? Just trying to find everything I can on my ancestors, to where my family got involved until we started this Facebook page where we just finding all these family members. Then my father's family, they have the Little John page, and it's like both sides of my family, they have all these records, and we all on the Facebook page. And I gotta say that I gotta just thank you for this. You know what I'm saying? Like everything has changed because you just did one small word talking about your family. I went and linked up with my tribe. They ended up making me a chief after like a year. Then with the Choctaw Muskogee Yamasee Nation that's out in California, for all of those who were there and had to move over here, we kind of linked up, right? Then from there, I have found, I was working with this one bank, this crypto bank. My sister was on there. She was following my stuff on my Facebook. She found out about me being a chief, and then she wanted to connect me with the Kingdom in Africa, right? And to try to make a connection between the Indians and the Africans, if possible, with the Black Africans, she said. You know what I mean? So I was just telling her it's got to be, we all related. It's not no such thing as just a Black African. It's just, however we look is how we look. You understand? But that's how I ended up in Africa. But when I was over there, before I got there, I was able to show them my genealogy, because when I searched their tribe, I was like, oh, we kind of come from the same people too, because of my grandmothers that came over here from there. So the same thing I did with the Indians here, I did over there in Africa there, and that's how the whole thing with the chieftaincy and everything became became a part of my, bro. So it's just like, you've done a lot. That's what you did for me. So I don't know what you've done for everybody else, but bro.
So like, so your story is like, I'm definitely proud to know you whatever role I played in your, you know, your growth, like that was yours anyway. Like, you know what I mean? I'm honored just to have played any type of role in it. But so, but I'm watching you, I'm seeing you, you all over in Africa. Yo, you dropping, you giving a whole lot of information on the cultures from over there. Now, from what I'm reading, you identified part of your ancestry that's from Africa now, right?
Yes. Yes.
So now you got them both.
Yes.
Right? And yo, this is like, you are the living example of what it is that we are as Americans. Right? We are a product of the multiple nations, right? Primarily Africa and the Americas, obviously with some European.
I don't mean to cut you off, but in the European, I'm not cutting them off too. When I take my trip over there, I want my stuff over there too. Because if you got with my grandmother as her being a slave or whatever, because I have the records of my family being slaves too. I have that. I'm not embarrassed of that. I have
no, not at all.
What I'm saying? And I know we had got mixed in too. I have the records, but if I trace that line of that family and they go down to some royalness too, I'm still a descendant of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, so I'm excited, and like this is why I lit up when I seen you tap in. I'm like, because this is like a true success story. Like, I have some people that you know, I know I've sat with, and they've, like, their stories is a complete story. You know what I'm saying? Whereas there's other people who they're still on their journey. You know what I mean? And for most people, these journeys are going to take a lifetime. Like, I won't be around to see them fulfill. And to hear this, like, you know what I mean? But it seems like you've completed that complete 360, right? You on point now, both sides of your family. You live in proof of what many people say don't exist.
Right.
People from Native communities, people from Black communities. You know what I mean?
Right.
We'll sit up here and stand on a square that ain't nothing square about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, like, you are the living, breathing example of this. And also, it goes to show that I can inspire people. Like, we here to inspire people, right?
Yes.
And the thing is, you might inspire somebody that has more pieces to the puzzle than you.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people are scared of that. You know what I mean? They don't want to, because it's, like I said, it's about them. It's about money. So they want to cuff shit, right? Yep. So, like I say, I watch your demonstrations, right? I feel like my family story need to be told. But damn, if like your family story need to be told, you know what I'm saying? And you got way more of it fleshed out. And this is the beautiful thing about all of us. We all have these great stories, and they're all individual and personal to us. And those are our lifelines. And that's what's gonna, like, motherfucker figuring out how we gonna get some unity. Nigga, you gotta figure your shit out first. And then once you stand on your square and you solid and you 100, now you can sit with somebody else and talk about moving forward. But we can't have a bunch of broken people trying to talk about moving forward and you still broken. We got to heal ourselves. And that healing is only going to come from seeing who you really are and the contributions that your people made and everything you went through. That's the only thing that's going to heal you. Ain't no Olmec head's going to heal you unless that's your great grandfather.
Yes, you're right.
That's it. You know what I mean? So you an example of that. And, you know, I don't got to tell your story. You know what I mean? But I know our encounters. I know the chambers we came through. You know what I mean? And I know what it took, you know what I mean, to be here. And I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you. I'm more happy for you than to say proud of you. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? I'm happy for you and your family. And I think it's a great example of, you know, it's a success story in terms of what finding, you know, really getting knowledge of self is about. You know what I mean? You spoke earlier about got knowledge of self. That was the thing back in the day, in the 90s. We was getting knowledge of self. I remember I realized one day, I'm like, damn, is how far the earth is from the sun really knowledge of self? or is knowing what foods work well in my body, knowledge of self,
Right.
or is, you know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
I said, you know what, damn, I've been focusing on all these actual facts and all these things outside of me. I need knowledge of self. And know what knowledge of
Real
self is?
self.
It's genealogy. That's the real knowledge of self,
Yeah.
right? And then within that, it's going to expose all the things about you that are going to edify who you are. I'm proud as hell of all the things my family did, right? I'm also like, am I proud that I have a grandmother that was a slave? I'm not proud, but I'm proud of the strength she exhibited. And I'm
Right.
proud to say that that's a part of me.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like we made that. We made it through that. You know what I mean? Like, so am I proud? Like I told a story earlier about I have I guess he's not really he wouldn't be my family, but he's the progenitor of somebody who would be my family. Plantation owner in one of the early plantation owners in Jersey. You know what I'm saying? He whole town named after him. You know what I'm saying? So that's where one of my grandfathers was enslaved, right? His daughter ended up having a baby for the daughter of the slave master.
Right.
That man got freed. Matter of fact, I am a descendant of that motherfucker. Hold up. Yeah, I just had to rethink that shit. Earlier when I said, nah, I'm not from that line. No, I am from that line.
Right.
You know what I mean? So basically, I have a great grandfather, you know what I mean, who was one of the original settlers of New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? Owned an Indian plantation.
Right.
You know, that's what it was labeled an Indian plantation, and you can still Google it now, and there's whole neighborhoods that are still structured on Indian Plantation Road. So I'll just get a name out.
Wow.
The man was Samuel Fleming. So you have a city called Flemington, New Jersey, right? That's where one of my grandfathers was enslaved. His daughter had a baby by Samuel Fleming, son, Peter Fleming. Peter Rock, right? Obviously, he didn't get, not going to get the slave master's name. People think that slave masters, oh, you got that name because the slave master owned you. They ain't give you their goddamn name. What kind of shit you think? You know what I'm saying? You might have had the plantation name. That don't necessarily mean that's the slave owner's name. You know what I mean? So still retain the Rock name, but he's the descendant of Samuel Fleming. You know what I mean? That man freed his grandson because it was his grandson and sent him back to go live with his Indian relatives. You know what I mean? And this is how my family ended up getting a little bit of wealth and kind of getting back in position for what it was worth at the time. You know what I mean? Because this white slave owner, this European, showed some pity for his offspring. You know what I mean? But that's not a product of no rape or nothing like that. His son, who grew up on a plantation with all these people, fell in love with this girl.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what happened. You know, now if you look up the Fleming genealogy, you know, that's tucked away. They ain't gonna be there. You're not gonna find that on the official records. You know what I mean? But these are the things I talk about when I say reading your genealogical records without having some of content, you know, without having some of the family stories to weave in there. You know, there'll be people out there that'll look on a birth certificate and say this man is your father, and then go talk to your aunt and be like, that man ain't your father.
Right.
That man just signed the birth certificate. This your real father. You know what I'm saying? But that's not going to be written on the birth certificate. That's not going to be recorded in the documentation. You know what I mean? So this is why the oral traditions and all the other things kind of balance out what it is we're seeing on paper. You know what I mean? So that kind of got off the topic a little bit, but
no, you didn't. You're right on it.
I just wanted to add that to it. Let me see what got going on. You shouldn't want to be on Cherokee. Find your more ancient tribes. Well, see, I understand Cherokee is just a word. It's actually Cherokee, I think, is a Creek word that the Creeks called who we call the Cherokee. You know what I mean? Like my people, yeah, we say Cherokee, right? But at the time we called ourselves Kitawa. You know what I mean? So I don't get caught up in the like the government topical names that people throw around. You know what I mean? Like, oh, people will talk about the Iroquois, but we know that's not what they call themselves.
Right.
So if we're gonna have a real conversation and you're using those terms, then you probably don't really know too much of what you're talking about. You know what I mean? And I'm not. That's not to say this person doesn't know what they're talking about. I don't even know what the real conversation is.
But they got to understand the language of what's going on, because within the Cherokee language, so to speak, there is no word Cherokee.
Yeah, there is no word. It's another language. So Jeremiah is saying the problem is that the Cherokee Nation go off the blood quantum and most. Yeah. So this is the thing. I just watched a dope documentary on it. So yeah, the Cherokee Nation, they do not the blood quorum thing. I don't think they even really. It matters, but it only matters to people newly trying to get on. I watched a documentary about a guy, and most of the Cherokee that are in Oklahoma, they kind of use it as a blanket statement, but they basically said that these people are of Cherokee descent, right? The markers they have identified, let's say out of 1,000 markers, 6 markers are solid Cherokee ancestry markers. These people who appear European got more African markers than they got Cherokee markers. You know what I'm saying? But they do have the Cherokee markers, and their ancestors are on the rolls. So even though they look white, right? And technically, if you had to say, well, you're more this and more that, them people more African they are Cherokee. But they do have the markers. See what I'm saying? So they grew up on the reservation. They speak the language. They are part of the culture. Them people Cherokee. You know what I'm saying? Like whether they got 6 markers or 1,000. Like at some point, it goes beyond. You know what I mean? Like you can't tell somebody who's living the culture they ain't a part of the culture. You know what I mean? And that comes back to even the whole rap conversation. Like, who am I to tell Eminem he ain't a part of the culture? Shit, he more a part of the culture than I'll ever be.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's a celebrated part of the culture. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. So regardless of what color he is, because culture is not owned or operated by any individuals. It's a phenomena that is shared amongst the masses.
Yeah, you can't even say that to Rolling Stones and all of them. They came straight from Europe and went to Cadillac Records. Mm-hmm. Everybody else didn't do it. They came from Europe, went right to Cadillac Records to work with their idols. And then with their idols, people in the world. And then people look at them. You stole that from us. What are you talking about? They went to the mentors.
Yeah.
Just learned from them, got signed with them, and those guys taught them and put them out. And then you're telling them that they're sellouts or they stole the culture. That stuff is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What they need to realize, though, is that they have the upper hand, though, because they're European or Caucasian, right? Because if we look at Sam Cooke, he was ahead of his time when he was trying to get his own label and do everything as, an independent person. Mm-hmm. And then look what happened. So because I think the color of his skin only got him but so far. But if you got the Rolling Stones, they're going to get further because of.
And that's absolutely true. But we have to understand, like, whose vehicle. When you come in a man's house, he tell you to take your shoes off. You got to take your shoes off. So who's going to be more appealing to the population of people who's spending money at that time? Sam Cooke or the Rolling Stones? Look at the demographics of the nation, the popularity. It's way more white people. So why are they going to push Sam Cooke? Because he's better? He's not going to make more money. Like, this is what I mean. Sometimes we be forgetting we live in a capitalist country, right? A culture. And we be like in our head kind of messing it up and we be like when they'll tell you slavery didn't exist. We live in a capitalist culture. Slavery was big business. Business is nothing without documentation.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them slave ship manifolds and all that is documented. That's not how you do business.
Right.
Not how you do successful business. Maybe that's how we think people do business, right? But that's not how it's done. So a lot of things that we think are unfair, it's unfair because Sam Cooke was talented, but Sam Cooke ain't have the same cultural relations to have the ability to put his music out where it would be beneficial for him. Guess who had it? The white boys. You know what I'm saying? They had their infrastructures in place. You know what I mean?
Well, he was trying to do that. And
yeah, but I'm not even talking about, because somebody could say, well, Motown. When I talk about the infrastructure, I'm not talking about the record labels. I'm not talking about the corner store. I'm talking about the government. I'm talking about the nation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this was a European nation. I don't care that we was a part of it. They forced us out at some point, and then it became solely a nation for them. And we're just now fighting to get back in position to be able to reap the benefits of what this nation was set up for by our ancestors and their ancestors. You know what I mean? So Sam Cooke, it don't matter about talent if you ain't got a venue. You could be the most talented person. If you ain't got a venue, you can't sell tickets. You got to go to the park and do it for free. You know what I mean? So Sam Cooke and all the other artists, people of color that came, suffered because we didn't have our own infrastructures, and that's for obvious reasons. So complaining about what Elvis did and what all these people that is obviously like, come on now, we you know what I mean?
right.
That's what's gonna happen. That's just like the story of Christ. The story of Christ all over the world was a story about a melanated child. You know what I mean? The Europeans can't raise their people up off the image of a melanated Christ.
Right.
So they have to take the story and rewrite it in their image to sell it to their people.
Right.
The problem is we're under their influence. So now what they're really only trying to sell to their people, we're caught up in the mix. So we're going, Jesus wasn't black. It wasn't for you to think Jesus was black. That was to raise them Europeans up so they could identify with Christ.
Right.
See what I'm saying? We just think we're those people because we was under the spell, the psychological spell of those people.
Yep.
Like none of this shit, Christianity, none of this shit was never meant for us. We didn't need it. That was for the people who needed to be raised up. And you're not going to go into nobody's house and raise him up with somebody who don't look like him. We're living proof of that. So these Europeans wasn't going to try and sell Christ to the rest of these white people with a black face. They're not going to sell rock and roll to these white people with a black face.
Right.
They're going to sell it with a white face. Like, that's just culture. And I don't know why we mad at that, because we trying to tell somebody what to do in their house.
Mm-hmm.
We need the United States. Yeah, it was created for us, but we got pushed out. You know what I'm saying? So during the times that we're talking about, it wasn't our house. We got to take the house back. But, you know what I mean? Racism was put in place to keep us marginalized. You know what I mean? And that's just what it is. So, but like I said, it all come down to business. And we not going to be able to do business till we got our own shit. Like, that's what I was trying to do with my clothing line. They wanted me to sign a contract with them so I work for them. My mind was thinking, nah, y'all about to pay us this money. Me and my family gonna form a business. And then you're gonna do business with us.
Right.
So instead of me getting money, the business we create is gonna get money. And then when y'all done messing with us, we still got a business, we got history. And when the Europeans caught on to what I was doing, that's when they wanted to separate. And it wasn't just me, it was my cousin who already owned the business. You know what I mean? But this was our collective, what we wanted to do. So instead of me working for Weekend Exercise, we formed a company called To The Head. Now you got a contract with To The Head. You know what I'm saying? They ain't want that. They wanted me to come work directly for them. We wanted to set up a business so when they done with us, we still have an infrastructure to continue to conduct business.
Right.
And that's why we ended up having to create our own labels, right? Independent artists. Independent artists didn't come about because people was running around here talking about, I want to be independent. It came about because nobody could get a deal, or the people that couldn't get a deal didn't want to give up. So now you have independent artists. That's not something that the labels was pushing people towards, or, you know, people wasn't thinking about that. But the bigger thing is the bigger structure. Yeah, we got the labels, you know what I mean? But it's really the distribution. The internet took care of that. So now people can get distribution. All these things are starting to take care of themselves, and we just got to take advantage of it. But it's really about the infrastructure. You know what I mean? And even at the end of the day, the infrastructure that we have, that people have to put their music out, to put their information out, it still ain't ours. You know what I'm saying? And when I say ours, I mean someone who's culturally based, you know, and directing things towards us in a way that's going to benefit us as opposed to exploit us. You know what I mean? So all these inequalities happen because we're not equal. If you ain't got a store and the man across the street got a store, you're not equal. You a customer. You know what I mean? That's it. We customers, and we mad because we're not getting treated like business owners.
Good.
So we gotta become business owners. But the it feels good to talk about how we did wrong. You know what I mean? But now we did ourselves wrong, partly because we didn't understand.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I was 22. I ain't know the contracts I was signing. Well, I kind of had an idea, but that's because I was always an advanced thinker. You know what I mean? I had knowledge of self. I was studying my lessons. I knew what I was getting into, kind of. But how Dave Chappelle say, when being too black go wrong, whatever the shit say, what was the shit he had? You know what I'm saying?
Like
keeping
that.
it real go wrong, and keeping it get real wrong. Yeah, I kept it real and it went wrong, but I learned the lesson. Right. But I still was doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Still, but I probably could have navigated it a little differently and made some money off it. But we trying to tell Europeans what to do. This may not be their land, but the United States is their house. You know what I'm saying? It's for definitely their house. And we like, how you gonna tell them what to do in their house? I don't care if their house is on your land. So yeah, they're gonna elevate the Beatles and the Rolling Stones and everybody but, you know, Elvis, because it's for us to elevate our own. It ain't for us to wait for them to promote. You know what I mean? Like, that's our problem. We could be putting out hip hop artists that dominate the sound waves. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Somebody come out, we all decide to support this guy. You know what I mean? Collective movement. We're gonna support him. You know what I mean? But no, we allow them to tell us who's hot. You know what I mean? So now we got Lil Nas X and all these people representing the culture because we allowed them to control the narrative of the culture. So the same way we getting back to our families' narratives, we got to get back to our cultural narrative.
Yeah.
So Turtle, would you say, or could you see down the line us kind of getting back to like a Black Wall Street, or having that type of infrastructure ever again?
So when we talk about Black Wall Street, obviously, like we would be talking about like Tulsa, examples like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the thing. Tulsa, Oklahoma was founded on property that was a part of a treaty, right? So that land was deeded to people of Native ancestry, right? The one individual who, what was it, Greenville or something, wherever they were from in North Carolina or something, they ended up going out there, relocating, and I think it was like Greenville. It was a historic, like, quote unquote, black town. right? But the town was named after an Indian chief.
Mhm.
All right. So what's the real name of Tulsa, Oklahoma? Of the actual town? Like Greenwood or some shit like that, right? Greenville, South Carolina. That's it. So the individual that ended up removing out there, he named the community after this community here, right? And that community there is tied into something to do is tied in with an Indian chief. But the point I'm trying to make is the individual Tulsa, Oklahoma was land that was part of a treaty, right? And that person opened that land up and sold that land to anybody, black people, Indian people, So that's how that community was created. So it was never really a Black Wall Street. It was never just like an Indian community. It was what we talking about, the blend of the two, right? And it was successful. Those exist everywhere. The majority of the major cities that exist now come from that. We're just not tracing it back through the history. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the towns we come from just that. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I didn't even know New York City had what they call Black Wall Street, and that was back in 1868, I believe. That was way before the Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, absolutely. They were all over because that was our people laying the foundation for what is the United States. Like, go look at your towns. The town I'm from is older than the United States. It was founded before the United States.
Oh, it's always like that.
This shit ain't the other way around.
The 13 colonies. So before that.
Nah, not before the 13 colonies.
Not before that. But mainly, like for instance, California is 1849 is when they became a state. Mm-hmm. But 1781 is the city. That's all on all.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to like. The towns in the state are older than the state.
The counties.
That's what I'm trying to say. The towns and counties be older than the actual state. Like, I got ancestors who literally sold land to what would be New Jersey.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about?
Right.
So, and it's not like the European came in and said, we're going to build New Amsterdam. We're going to build Manhattan. They came in, it was already people living there. They started to live amongst them people. They started to create a reciprocal relationship with those people, right? And that's what these cities grew out of. Every one of them. That's why they're all located at waterways and prime areas. Them people ain't just decide this was a prime area. We was already there, right? Broadway, that was the main trade route in Manhattan. That's why it's Broadway. Mm-hmm. We was already doing trade there. The path that the ferry from,
the Henry Hudson, because that goes all the way up, I think, to Canada.
All the way, all the way. That was one of our main trade routes. The literal route that the ferry goes from Lower Manhattan to Jersey City, literally is the exact same canoe path that the Indians would use because it's the shortest distance between Manhattan and Jersey City. So they just built the subway, the train, or whatever the hell it is that goes there. They literally just built it there. Like the tunnels and all that, like everything is just an overlay of what was already going on. And the places were already populated because of their geographical locations. See what I'm saying? We were sailing up and down that Hudson to Canada long before these people came here. You know what I mean? They just overlaid it. So this is what I mean when people say we ain't got no culture. We ain't got no culture because you haven't taken you would even allow somebody to utter that around you because you haven't taken the time to do the knowledge yourself. And if you did the knowledge yourself, you'd be like, nigga, we paved these roads, like all these trails was once our people's, all these super highways and this and that was our people's trails. These places where y'all come to trade, we was already doing trade there. I know what was going on in these places before y'all know what's going on in these places. You know what I mean? Like, I know why the polo ground is what it is. That's off the energy of it. You know what I mean? I know what it is. I know that our ancestors was there in that very same space playing the ball games rather than go to war, the local tribes. And the energy that existed in that place became known as the polo grounds. And what went on to happen there? Giants played there. You know what I mean? Baseball games. You know what I mean? What's right around the corner? Right there. Rucker Park.
Rucker Park.
You know what I'm saying? What goes on at Rucker?
Basketball.
Right? And what did it really come out of? Like the seedy side of Rucker Park. You got drug dealers putting together teams, and they going in there and they playing. The same squads that's playing against each other, after the game, they can be having shootouts with each other over blocks, right? But they're going to come to the game, and they're going to play a game in the community, and maybe even them games might have been settling, like, who get this block? Rather, okay, we're going to boom, 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 and have this game, and whoever win, you know what I mean, control that block, control that building. We don't know what I mean? I'm speculating, but I'm just saying the energy of what takes place there was the same as when you had local tribes beefing, and rather let's go to war to kill each other, we meeting up and we're going to play the ball game, and whoever wins, that settles the dispute. You know what I mean? So all these things is happening right in the same places. You know what I mean? It's the energy. It ain't that you decided that you want to go there and do that. You know what I mean? Chief Katona used to gather with local sections in the area and have these certain meetings, right, to galvanize the people. Chief Katona is a Muncie Lenape chief, right? Katona Park was one of the first original parks. I was going to
say that name.
Yeah, you know, Katona Park was one of the parks that some of the original hip hop jams happened at.
Exactly.
In the Bronx, right? And every year during the festivals, there's a party there every year. You know what I mean? At Katona Park, named after the chief, who used that same area to bring people together.
Wow.
It's the energy. You know what I mean? We a part of that. We ain't create that. We a part of that. You know what I mean? So yeah,
that's key right there. Because once people start knowing that that's what we did, all this beef battle back and forth, like you know, they stole it from us. No, like once you start realizing who you are and what you've accomplished, like your family, your DNA, and all that, is I tell people I'm the solar system. I'm not even of this planet. Like I'm starseed Pleiades. Like I don't even fight with this low level stuff sometimes, because it's like when you start to really understand that you're this in the speck of things, you move through life a little differently.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's up to us to recognize the culture that's before us. Like put a video out the other day. It's an old video, but I just was pointing out to people that when they started building Barclays Arena, right, looked like a spaceship. Big metal building, lights come on at night. It looked like the mothership just landed in Brooklyn.
Right.
And then after a while, that shit started to rust over. And we like, when they gonna paint it? This shit look raggedy. What's going on? They let it rust over. They're like, nah, that's their plans. They wanted to have an earthen tone. Then they put the grass on it. Then I'm looking, I'm like, these motherfuckers, boy, that's a mound. That's a mother mound in the middle of Brooklyn. And then they put Barclays on it, and what they got on the mound? They got the Phoenix.
Wow.
That's the symbol. I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers on the I see it now. Nobody else see what's going on. They all, it's still a spaceship. I'm like, you don't see that grass running up there? You don't see that? That rust is what the earth look like. That's the dirt. This is a mound, bro. This is the center of the community, right? When you go to indigenous communities, what's in the center? It's the mother mound. It's where the priest cast, the leader, all this is where the people convene. Then around that, this is the layout. Around that would be the market, the trade. You'd have the big, plaza. You got the market, and then beyond that is the homes. I noticed this when I was standing on in La Venta at the Olmex site. I'm standing on top of La Venta. I'm like, oh, they're like, yeah, all the way back there. That's where the houses would be. This open area is the plaza. That's where all the market would be set up. And this is how they, and I'm thinking like, then I'm standing there in Brooklyn and I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh, it's the same shit. Like, so when you can recognize the culture, you'll see it's all around you. You just got to have the keen eye to be able to identify it. And when they hit you with something so blatant as that dirt mound arena that they got downtown Brooklyn, like, you got to have eyes to see it. You know what I mean? So I was blessed to see it. So it's something I like. Let me share this with people. So, like, this could validate a lot of hunches. Like, people are like, I got a hunch. Yeah, no, they know. If you don't think they know, look at that phoenix on there. Now let's talk about what a phoenix is, what it represents. You know what I mean? Let's talk about what these mounds really represent. You know what I mean? These earthen mounds are really just representing, right, primordial creation, right? And the living embodiment of primordial creation on the planet is a volcano. You know what I'm saying? When that volcano erupt, right, the smoke that fly in the air, right, that represents the feathers. The lava that slither down the mountain, that represents the snake aspect. So now you got the higher self and the lower self. So when you look in Mexico, when you see the symbol, what is it? It's the snake grappling with the serpent, right? It represents higher self and lower self. So all these deities that we worship in the Bible and all these things, they dealing with volcano worship. That's why Moses went up a mountain. That's why the trumpets blared. All these things is these people at a time dealing with what they were witnessing, which was at that time the most powerful anything you could ever witness on the planet, the eruption of a volcano. And when you see the smoke go out, like I said, that's the wings, that's the feathers, that's the feathered serpent, and the rest. But that's really the higher self and the lower self. Now, even further, when you dissect, like if you strip the human, if you strip the nervous system out of the human body, if you just look at the nervous system laid out, right? You see how it's got the double, like the symbols of the plume serpent have the double. You'll see it a lot in Europe. It'll have the double head, both looking both ways, right? Well, when you look at the nervous system, which is connected to the brain, you got the right two sides of the brain. That's the two heads going both ways, right? When you look at the nervous system, how it all looks, and then you look at it's the same layout when you see the lava coming down the mountain. That's how your nervous system it just be all over. Like if you remove it from the body and just lay it looks like a volcanic eruption. That's what I'm trying to say. So these are things like these is the spiritual things that our ancestors was observing in these times. And when you if you reread about all these historic recordings, the biblical accounts of volcanic eruptions, when you talk about South America, like this is everywhere. That's why that idea is found everywhere, because this is something that people witness all over the planet. And now when you start to read scripture and you understand the connection to nature and what is being described, you understand the deity that they describing is a natural phenomenon. You know what I mean? Just like anything else that we deal with, it's all ancient people's recording of natural phenomena. You know what I mean? And that's just that turns into religion. Christ, the sun. We know the connections to all that. Like we've studied so many cultural perspectives of this stuff. We know these things is just dealing with the animalification of natural elements. You know what I mean? So now Christ is a man. You know what I mean? But they're really dealing with the higher self and the lower self.
Right.
and where you navigate. You know what I mean? And all that takes place what? In the frontal lobe.
Pineal gland.
Right. This is the higher form. This is where the higher, like the pineal gland, like the frontal lobe is what gives you reason. This is why children are the way they are, because they don't have fully developed frontal lobes. You know what I'm saying? So they're more emotional. They take things a little differently because they haven't fully developed part of their brain. That's what makes Homo sapiens sapien unique amongst all the other human species. Even though they had bigger cranial cavities, so that makes you think they can have a larger brain. You'll see how all their heads was sloped back. That's because they didn't have a developed frontal lobe. That's why modern man, our foreheads are more straight up, because that frontal lobe is what separated us from what they would call the beast. That's who Albert Perry is. His genetics represent Homo sapiens sapien and the emergence of can you hear me? I'm back now. Okay. Yeah, you too fucking with me. All right. So I see somebody voting here. So let's talk about Jeremiah Myers. So forgetting the fact that the orphan Europeans that came off trains and ships of the descendants of Africans burned down our history and still have our records lock and key. So I know something I could ask everybody about, get their opinion on it. In terms of, I think it's real easy for them to say they burnt down our records and got rid of our records. You know what I mean? And it's even easier for us to accept that as the truth. What's difficult is to do the research and really find things out for yourself. Because as I stated, the United States is a corporation. We all know this. Paperwork is prominent in running and maintaining the establishment of corporations. So what you might think is missing might not necessarily be missing. And yeah, they did burn down churches. They burned down my family's church multiple times. But we ain't lose our information. You know what I mean? That was part of the beauty of having oral traditions. Because things might have been lost, but everything wasn't lost. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I necessarily subscribe to them burning down all our history. You know what I'm saying?
In the islands, they especially in Puerto Rico, I think it was back in the 1950s. They did some kind of hocus pocus stuff like that too, where they burnt, or not burnt, but they got rid of like a lot of people's birth certificates. So when they go back to try to find or get their birth certificates, they can't. So a lot of these people don't really know how old they are, or don't know, you know, and that's true on my grandfather, my mother's grandfather side as well, and they're from Jamaica, and
Yeah.
we don't know. We have an estimate of years, but like if it's really documented, we won't know because it's hard to get those records. Like I think it's a little difficult when you're in the islands as opposed to the States, because everything was so well documented here.
Yeah.
They had to, like you stated earlier, like people were coming over on the ships, they documented, you know, this male, female, height, weight, what or whatever. But in the islands, it's a little more harder. So a lot of stuff that I know of has been oral.
Okay.
Some stuff has been given to me just as of a couple of months ago, where we could stem back. There's a great grandfather that was born in England. But as far as any African, my aunt did a ancestry.com, and there's Ivory Coast and Benin, 31% of that. But other than that, like the only way I can literally find out what's going on is if I step foot onto the land, the islands, because I can't go online. It's hard to find anybody online.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I would have to, well, not even I guess, yeah, I would have to agree. So the perspective of, individual families, yeah, okay, I would agree on that. But like, see, I'm hearing this and taking it as a totality, like they erased all our histories and our cultures, or they're hiding it from us.
Yeah.
But yeah, individual families, I'm sure, yeah, like I can't deny that individual families would have been, you know, their records would have been wiped out. Like I said, they did that with a lot of our family records, but we had multiple, you know what I mean? Like I remember there's one account, so we have our genealogy. Like that's the book that I had that day with me in at Sonetta's. So we got a big thick book. We got our book, right? But we also have different accounts, right? So let's just say we have our genealogy. At one point in time, old man Peter Rock, which is my fourth time grandfather, he delivered the genealogy of Reevytown, an entire town. He gave it to Dr. Parker, who was the town physician for people of color in Red Bank. So we had a hospital, but our doctor was everybody in my hood went to Dr. Parker. Every black person, just like we all went to Gus to get our hair cut. You know what I'm saying? Like that was our community. Everybody, for football, Pop Warner, Dr. Parker would pull up to practice. You know what I'm saying? He had it on lock. He was his father was one of the oldest black physicians in Monmouth County. You know what I'm saying? So Peter Rock gave the town records to William Parker. I believe that's the older one, right? Because the black physician was the only one that was going to be able to attend to the black community. You know what I mean? We wasn't going to the hospital unless it was like real hospital shit, right? So this is all the way up into the 70s and 80s. So 1800s, Peter Rock gives the town records to Dr. Parker, the father. In the 80s, Dr. Parker's son, who now is Dr. Parker, hands the records back to one of my aunts. See what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, they might have burnt one set down, but we was communities, right? And oh, my grandmother died. Oh, I don't know nothing. What about your grandmother's best friend? Oh, yeah, she still live in town. Go see her. She could tell you everything your grandmother could tell you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the way we be thinking sometimes. It ain't, you know what I mean? Oh, my grandmother gone. We ain't never gonna know. Meanwhile, she got a girlfriend that she grew up with. You know what I mean? Even if she ain't got no brothers and sisters, she got best friends. Okay, that woman's her best friend had kids. Go talk to your grandmother's best friend's daughter. She might have some stories about her mother that includes your grandmother. That might, you know what I mean? Like, shine something on you. So what I'm saying is the information, we gotta be open to, it's there. Like, don't even think about they destroyed it all. Don't even think that way. It's gotta be something somewhere. You know what I mean? Like the book of Eli, he was the book.
Sure was.
Go sit down and talk to somebody, because somebody's gonna have some knowledge. If there was a fire, they burnt something down, somebody's gonna have some records of what happened. Start there. Find out what families was involved. Like it's like, but that's why I tell people, like, this journey could be 40, 50, 60, 70 year, 80-year journey. Don't get discouraged if it don't come together in the first 5-6 years. You know what I mean? Like, I benefit from what my ancestors never stopped doing.
Right.
That's a part of why I felt like it was part of my family's responsibility. Like, shit, this motherfuckers out here saying shit, but they can't really show it to you like we could show it to you.
Right.
And they're not even really saying it. But I'm like, I think it's pertinent information. I'm sitting in these classes and motherfuckers is talking about this and that. And I'm like, damn, I got some real shit I could be sharing with people. You know what I mean? But I don't want to step on people's toes. But I'm like, I got some real shit. And it might be more realer for a lot of other people, not just me. You know what I mean? So let me share. I think it's my responsibility. I can say we Indians and I can show it. You know what I mean? Like, it's my duty to do that. You know what I mean? So others can have the courage to step forward, and even if they can't prove it, they can at least make the claim and get the shit off their chest. And if they want to redirect motherfuckers towards me, because I can have that argument and that conversation, then so be it. I'll do that for the people. You know what I mean? Didn't necessarily work out that way, but that's all right. You know what I mean? Whoever I can help. It don't matter the people you didn't help. What matters is the people you did help. People that, you know what I mean, received assistance.
People have to make sure that they be happy and comfortable with what they find too.
Yeah.
Right? So that's where you have to be able to check yourself and be man enough or woman enough to admit where you was wrong or admit what you're seeing. You know what I mean? And don't try to shy away from it or run away from it or all of that type of stuff. Like me, I was been in teaching more science for a long time. But when I got into genealogy, I was looking for that first. And then I was finding Indian this. I'm like, yeah, okay. Where's the more at though? Where's that?
Mm-hmm.
It's Muskogee here. Like Choctaw. I'm like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, why these things keep popping up and how come I never knew this? How come I've been on all this African stuff all this time? And then these are the records that I'm finding. I could have just stopped right there and just been on this, I'm Indian rant, F everybody else. I don't want to hear nothing else. Because at first I had started like that because when I found my stuff, I was so excited. I'm thinking not everybody, but I'm thinking like you can find it too. And then people just not being able to come up with nothing. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then it's like, then you go to the next person and they like, well, help me out. Then you're trying to help people do their stuff. And it's like, well, I can only go this far for you. Here you go. You're going to have to take it as far as you can. Some other people, I can take their stuff way back, but it's because of what their family has done. It's not none of our faults of what our family has done or
Yeah.
left or anything like that. But whatever you find, you have to appreciate it. Whatever you can't find, you have to appreciate even that and go harder. It took me 5 years to find stuff. And it's not that I was basically I just kept looking for stuff. I found what I was looking for as far as I was like, man, I found my stuff Turtle was talking about. Man, this is crazy. My grandma said this. Well, I was happy about that, but when I went back home, I still couldn't stop finding stuff because I'm seeing what everybody was doing. They didn't just say this who the person was. Just say if they said it was a Negro or black. But they say, okay, he's Negro, 1870, he owns land. It says farm or own house. Own house. How does he work? Farmer, or the other person, blacksmith or whatever. It's like it tells what they did. Oh, here's their address. Oh, let me go Google it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they live right here. Why is it vacant? Why is the land vacant? There's houses next to it. There's houses over here.
That shit's still vacant.
It's vacant.
Cause you still own it, motherfucker.
Let me go look that up. So it just keep going. I can't stop. I went to school for law for a little bit. So I'm gonna find something and I'm gonna keep on trying to find everything that has to do with it. So I'm saying that to say find everything you can in your family and be happy with what you find. You know? And don't be content at the same time if you don't find too much. Keep going. It's open. There's different ways to find stuff. You have state records. You have city records. It's not always the census. You have to go to the actual states. Like what you just said about a physician record. That's the first time I've heard that one. But I like to give extra props to people like Chief Langley. Yeah. The UG chief. He was instrumental also like right after you. I was listening to his blogs on, I think it was Blog Talk Radio, and he say stuff that you didn't want to hear when you want to be Mr. Aboriginal, Mr. All Indian, Mr. 100 full blood.
I'm sure he do, y'all.
Everybody preaching, right? He'll bust you on your head and tell you certain things. Where your family from? Oh, it might not be that. It might be this. And you're looking for him to give you all this Indianness, and he just gonna check you. Well, those people over here in that last name, over there in Charleston Island, those people with that name Rice, it says it right there on your grandfather's name. His name was Rice. The other one's name is Monday. So there's no way that these guys are Indian from our point of view. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by that? Well, Monday is a name that Africans, they name their people by the days of the week. You know what I'm saying? When I went over there, they also call me Yao because Yao means Thursday, and they do a lot of their celebrations on Yao. You know what I mean? So like on Thursday, Yao, they throw Yao in your name too, right? So when he said that, it went back to when Chief Langley was saying that about my grandfather. Right? He started explaining the difference between plantations, right? He would say, oh, well, sugar plantations is this, rice plantations is that, corn plantations are here. You got to know the difference of your plantations as well. You can't just guess anything. You have to know. Go find out. So he would take you deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. You know what I mean? And he'd tell you, you know what I'm saying? Basically, what you have to do is not be mad at what you find. Just find it, be happy, and appreciate your ancestors.
Yep. Because you could be searching for your Indian ancestors and find out you completely Nigerian.
You're not. You completely Nigerian.
You should be happy because you probably descend from some special Nigerian people. Just like be happy about that. Yeah. Like shit, I'm like, damn. I descend from one of the first motherfucking European colonizers ever. Like, damn, I'm kind of a little proud. I'm a little fucked up, but I'm still a little proud. Like shit, nigga.
Okay, listen. All right, listen. I love Two Hawks. Even though we be going back and forth sometimes, I love Two Hawks. He's just like so authentic to me. His Boston accent and all of that, right? Or not Boston, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Whatever, right? And so, Chief Winds of Thunder, right? I really love these gentlemen, how they handle just their perspective of their people, their history, their lineage, right? And from that right there, you can go so far with just understanding that, right? And so excuse me, you know, when I saw Chief Winds of Thunder, he looked just like my great grandfather. So I was just like, I was stuck on him for a long time. Say about a good 5 months, a long time ago, and so I was like, maybe I can find if I'm related to him. You know, it's just because I'm just keep on going. I keep on going, and then kind of find out I'm not related to Master Sawyer and them like that, but I am related to Stephen Hopkins, who was on the Mayflower. You know
okay, so you trying to tie yourself? You trying to tie yourself in the?
I'm from Constance, his daughter. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So Stephen Hopkins, he did business with Master Sawyer and
Okay.
you know what I mean? And I can't think of the other ones now. I'm mistaken because it's
So you looking for the indigenous? You like, damn, I'm the
yeah,
colonizer.
I come right off the Mayflower when it comes on.
Yeah.
Right off the Mayflower.
Off
Hey,
the
let me
Mayflower.
cut my arm off. Which part of me? I gotta get rid of something. Yeah.
So I gotta enjoy the Stephen Hopkins side, and even Stephen Hopkins' daughter Constance. Later on, it's her daughter that my fifth great grandfather marries. That's where the Choctaw, where the Muskogee branch started coming in. So they branch end up becoming Muskogee. You understand? So it's like they mixed in. Even my ancestors from Ethiopia, like you said, they came from. The story goes that Sir Edmund Andros from England, he was a very wealthy man, and he had some slaves brought from the Gala of Ethiopia. The Gala of Ethiopia is really a derogatory term for the Oromo tribe, which is the biggest indigenous group of so-called Ethiopia. They don't even like to say Ethiopia because in the Oromo language, Ethiopia.
You say Yoruba spirit?
Oromo.
Oh, Oromo.
Oromo, right? In their language, they're the oldest indigenous people over in that area. But in their language, Amhara is Ethiopia. It's not them. It's a whole nother people. You understand? But anyway, just for safekeeping, we talking about
Oh,
bro. I think it's that look like a phone energy thing, but he'll be right back. But yeah, this is yeah. So just till the brother gets back, yeah, this is a brother. We ain't get all the way into it, but it was times where we was on the phone arguing, like we fell out, and didn't speak for years. And then then the brother, went through this journey, and he hit me one day, and was like, "Yo, bro, I want to apologize to you." I'm like, "No need." Like, you know what I mean? I was, I could tell what was coming. You know what I mean? And he's somebody who I never would have spoke with if I ain't feel like they were sincere. You know what I mean? So he's speaking to people being prepared for what they might or might not find. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that can sometimes throw people for a loop because you set yourself up for so long believing a narrative, identifying with something, and then boom, the rug get pulled from beneath your feet. You know what I'm saying? Like, even with me and my cousin, despite the fact that we've known all our lives, our elders taught us this, it was never nothing, no secret in the family. You know what I'm saying? Never none of that shit. We still had doubts. Like, man, well, maybe we got an Indian in the family. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? We still doubting things. But, we trudging through, we really trying to edify this truth, trying to figure things out. And we're just gathering more and more information, and it's all, some isn't confirming, it isn't denying, it's just more information that adds to the story. You know what I mean? So it's like, even times when we would find things that were even more confirming, even though everybody in the family told us this, we would find something that's like, you know what I mean? So I know, like, I know it could be a little nervous, be a little anxious, bring about anxiety trying to find out these things about yourself. And a lot of time that is because we have already have a determined idea of who or what we are. and what we're gonna find when we start looking. You know what I mean? But it's really nothing to be afraid of or be concerned with, because you might find something in your lineage that you find great pride in. You know, it might not be what you're looking for, but I guarantee you're gonna find something. Like, we all got great families. When you start picking apart your family history, you're gonna see the great things that your family was involved in, that they spearheaded, they were part of. You know, so
That's a true story,
yeah.
because I've come to find out that so like I said earlier, my biological father left me when I was an infant, and he was Cuban. So pretty much my mom raised me, but she married, and she married a Puerto Rican man. But he very much so was like the Puerto Rican that that lives right next to you. Like, he's the ghetto-fied Puerto Rican.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I've come to find out, I always knew that my mother's grandmother read tea leaves. But what I didn't know, and what I've come to find out, is that her mother actually was the one that read tea leaves, but she also read them for the president of Domino Sugar.
Mm.
So I just found this out a couple of months ago, and my journey has been more spiritual, as far as finding my spiritual genealogy as opposed to my DNA's genealogy. But it makes sense why I'm connected with that type of lifestyle. I don't read tea leaves, I read tarot cards. And I never thought about this because I grew up Christian, Methodist. We don't talk about that stuff. Voodoo is, all kinds of, crazy and evil, right? And my path took me all the way down into that. And then when my aunt did the ancestry and found that she has, or we have, the Beni African DNA in us, well, they're the ones that started, or if you want to say started, voodoo or voodoo.
Mm-hmm.
And so like a lot of things come to me through either premonition or in dream state. So I guess if you want to say oracle in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
I don't put labels on myself, but these are the things that have been starting to unearth later in my life. So some of the things that I can't prove on paper, it's more intuitively and spiritually that is leading me to know, okay, well, I don't have anybody per se on the Americas, in the North Americas, but in the Caribbean, and even going into Africa, that diaspora, I kind of can piece together, but I don't have documents. So everything comes to me more spiritually. And that might sound a little hooey to some people, and they'll be like, oh, you're full of shit. We don't believe this, and that's evil. And you're talking. And what's the cool thing about my journey is that my family, who is steeped in religion, or Christian rather, they embrace what I do. And they come to me when they have dreams and they need me to decipher some stuff.
Because they respect your contribution.
Yes, and it's all coming out from my, I guess, third or fourth grandmother on my mother's side. And so I'm like, wow, she did tea leaves for the president of Domino Sugar. Like, yeah, I'm taking that. I'm happy about that. That's something to claim. So so those who are having a hard time with trying to find who they are, indigenous wise, and if you are somebody that's empathic or sensitive and intuitive, trust your intuition, because that's your God given, that's your north node, and that's your guiding light.
Absolutely.
Until you have proof to show it. You can't show it in the court of law, but there's a higher law than that of the people.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I think the Creator works through people in mysterious and fantastic ways. I know there's information that I've been blessed with. There's no reason why I should know it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I get this from my elders. Like, my story is, I'm the black sheep, you know what I'm saying, of the family. I'm not the person who people thought would be someone who would step to the forefront of the family in later years. You know what I mean? I'm definitely not that. But life has a way of molding you and turning you into the person you're supposed to be, regardless of, you know what I mean? So, everybody has their contributions to make. The ancestors definitely bless us. The more we open ourselves up to those blessings, the more they will bestow upon us. They they contact us in all different types of ways. Like, I often think about how you'll just have a new idea. You'll be doing something a certain way all your life, right? But the moment you think of a better way to do it, you're like, damn, why I ain't think of that earlier? What, like, oh, you know what I mean? But to me, that's the ancestors. You know what I mean? That's the creator tapping you, like, you know what I mean? And then you just have a whole new thought that literally just came that split second. That's the creator. That's how a lot of corners get turned in terms of, like, for me, because of my situation growing up with my mother being sick. I come from a large family, but like my mother had 14, 15 brothers and sisters.
Wow.
Right? And they all still was in the area. Wasn't like I couldn't walk 3 blocks without it'd be a family member house. And and I'm like, yeah, crazy shit. So lots of family members, you know what I mean? But it was just me and my mother. So I'm an only child. My mom was sick. I'm by myself. So although I have a huge family, at home, I'm by myself.
Right.
At home, I have different, you know what I mean? I'm in a different place. So I remember I asked God, whatever 11, 12-year-old, however I was perceiving things at that time, I said, why was I born here? Like, that's a question I wanted to know. And within that question, so many other questions would be answered. But Creator answered me those questions. And I think when I asked that, that's what put me on the path that my life is taking me down. You know what I mean? As a young person, sincerely asking the universe, why was I born here? Well, in answering that question, I learned so much about myself. You know what I mean? And that's how the universe, that's how the great spirit, that's how the creator communicate with you. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, in terms of what people would consider spooky shit, I only think it's spooky when you start trying to tell people, when you're trying to convince other people. You know what I mean? That's when it becomes spooky. If you're telling something and you're like, yeah, I seen such and such and this would happen, and you comfortable with it, if a motherfucker believe you or not, it don't really matter. It becomes spooky when you're clearly trying to convince yourself something. Like, I think I seen something, you know what I mean? Like, people that are comfortable with, like, my wife, like, I know because I've been in places with her where I just seen something. You know what I mean? She's always been a conduit towards spirit realm. You know what I mean? And, like, it's, who am I to say no? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm real. My thing about spirituality with people is I feel like spirituality is real personal. You know what I mean? But it's not something that you should be pushing on somebody, forcing on somebody. You can share your spirituality, share your beliefs, but not to the point where it might make others feel uncomfortable. You know what I mean? So certain forms of spirituality just off the rip make people uncomfortable. Like, if you say you into voodoo.
Well, I don't practice
not
it,
you.
and I don't do it, but I do read tarot cards. That's as far as I go.
I'm just giving the example. Like, if you say to somebody, oh, we do voodoo,
right?
They're going to be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's going to make them feel comfortable. But
Yep.
you can say to somebody, I'm a Christian, and it make a whole nother person feel just as uncomfortable as if you said, I'm in the voodoo.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what
Or
I'm
even
saying.
me saying I read tarot cards is still kind of off-putting to some people.
Yeah, that could be off-putting to some people.
Yeah.
So like my thing about it with, like I said, that's why I say spirituality is so personal.
Yep.
You got to let people, and like demonstrations of spirituality for me, a lot of times it's like demonstrate it and intrigue people. Like you'd rather be the person who sets up and makes what you do available as opposed to the Jehovah's Witnesses banging on your door.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's not how you deal with spirituality.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's always been my approach. And I'm real respectful of people and their customs and their traditions. You know, unbeknownst to a lot of people, I belonged to a Haitian voodoo house.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I was, I was, I went through, the ritual. I joined the house. You know what I mean? I did it. I was I'm a videographer. So one of my clients was a Haitian. He was a Haitian voodoo priest.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I was filming a lot of sensitive rituals.
Right.
Like obviously all of them can't film,
Exactly.
but enough of them I was filming that they were uncomfortable with me being there and not being a part of the house.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I went through it was a weekend ritual. I'm not going to talk about the things I did. You know what I mean? But I went through a ritual.
And you can't. You shouldn't.
Yeah. I wouldn't talk about it. So, I went through that to experience, to be able to be there to facilitate things. And I was open to it. And after the experience, I'm doing all these things and I'm involved in things. And I realized how personal culture and spirituality is to people, because what I'm witnessing wasn't moving me, but I wasn't raised in that culture.
Right.
The people that are in the room are being moved beyond anything I've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? Almost supernaturally. But me, I'm going, is this real?
Right.
What's going on? Because I'm not from that culture.
Right.
And that taught me that, I have the humility to not, I'm not going to sit up there and be like, oh, this shit fake. Because you know what I mean? I would never say that. I just know that I don't have the cultural connection to it for me to receive the jewels that these people were receiving at the time. And I respected that. So, I did what I was there to do, but I was open to, if it moved me, continuing further into the culture. You know what I mean? I just realized there was a cultural disconnect for me.
Right.
And rather than be disrespectful, I just was like, you know what? It's just not necessarily for me, but it's not for me. I don't come from that culture. Right. You know what I mean? If I was raised in it, I can see where I would see the power in it, because I could see how it was affecting the young people, the older people. I could see how it brought them together. I could see all these practical things. You know what I mean? So even within spirituality, I like to look for the practical aspects of it. You know what I mean? If a preacher, if his word, him preaching something to somebody, I may not subscribe to what he's talking about, but he done brought a lot of people together. You know what I mean? There's positive interactions going. I take, that's what I take for myself.
The message out of whatever. Yeah. I had that. Yeah, I believe that spirituality, or your belief, is personal. And growing up, like I said, Methodist, Christian, going to church, it wasn't mine. Even though I was in it, I felt like I'm not connected to it. It's my culture and it's how I was raised, but I wasn't connecting to church. I wasn't connected. I heard the message, but I wasn't into it. And I started, it was reading the autobiography of Malcolm X at 14. I was like, yep, going to be a Muslim. I was on Fordham Road listening to, the brothers there. I was on 125th Street. And the beauty of 125th Street, or even Brooklyn, during that time, was that you can hear everybody on different corners. You
Mm-hmm.
got, the 5%ers, you got Nubians, you got, which I was, going down that road as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my thing was just like trying to find a religion that jived with me, that I felt the creator.
Mm-hmm.
And, once I stopped and just gave all that up, and I was like, I'm not going into any religion, and just started having my one-on-one connection with, source, creator, whoever you want to call it, whatever you want to call it. And it's no disrespect, but, everybody has
Mm-hmm.
different names. That I just let things be. And then, just, it, because I kind of have like this conduit, like how your wife is, it's just second nature for me. But I
Mm-hmm.
don't impress on anybody. I just, if somebody's open to, or they have a story and, they're telling me about it, and then I can connect. But other than that, I don't really just go out and like certain religions and push myself on people, because it's not for everybody, and certain things shouldn't be talked about. And we also have to remember that our ancestors, gave homage to their land. They gave homage to the water. They gave homage to everything, because everything has spirit in it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, almost everything. Um, and so that's how, if we look at it that way, instead of one person did it all and did everything,
Mm-hmm.
and remember that the water has spirit, the air, the earth,
Mm-hmm.
and give homage
Absolutely.
that way, then we could kind of remove all this religion and just take it down a notch and just go with the basic instinct. Like that's
Yeah.
human nature.
Yeah. That's something we definitely need to get back to. I think, like I said, they have to do with cultural connections. I think once people really start to get into their culture,
Mm,
right, it's gonna expose them to certain rites of passage and rituals that will help reconnect them with, what I mean, the
right.
creator. Um, I know since I've been on that path, the ceremonies I've been a part of, many of them have been life changing experiences. I've seen the results of them, like how we look for immediate results. Sometimes I've had immediate results just because I was, I like to associate it with the fact that I was a part of this ceremony and this is the intent I put out, this and that. You know what I mean?
Right.
But that's what spirituality is all about. It's
Intention.
yeah, it's about intention and positivity and just moving forward in terms of but I do believe, like, I don't have a problem with religion either, because I do believe there are people on the planet who need religion, who need to be realigned with the ways of the universe.
Yeah.
And that's what religion was supposed to be for. It was supposed to get you back into your righteous space. You know what I mean? It's like a wheel realignment.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You take your car in, what I mean? You got to get the wheels realigned,
Right.
because all that wear and tear then affected them. Just natural driving the car around. So every now and then you got to come back in and get them realigned. You know
Right.
what I mean? But once they straight again, you don't got to keep coming back until you need it again. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like, which means there's still got to be some accountability for yourself. So,
Right.
I think religion brings people back into a space that allows them to feel certain ways about themselves, have confidence in themselves.
Yeah,
You know what I
absolutely.
mean? And I appreciate that. I also tell people a lot of times, we feel like we've been stripped of so much, right? Um, get a little angry.
Mm.
Uh, they took this from us and they gave us religion. Therefore, I hate religion and I hate this and I don't mess with the church. You know what I mean? But these things were multi-layered. Like, for my family, when we started to galvanize our family and try and bring us back into the fold to where we can have real conversations. Our first gathering that we had in terms of our generation organizing it, we did it at the church. You know what I mean? So if we have an event at the church, everybody definitely going to come out. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Our aunts have been going to this church for 50, 60, 70 years. You know what I
Right.
mean? We're going to have them come someplace where they're comfortable, they identify with. You know what I mean? And we're not even going to talk about what we're really here to talk about. We're going to come together and we're going to talk about the family, start talking about things we've done. You know, we're going to talk about how our grandfathers were the first parishioners of this church. You know what I mean? Our uncles built this church. We're going to start galvanizing us in the pride of the history of the place we're actually at. You know what I mean? It ain't got nothing to do with us being Christians or being Episcopalians. You know, my people is Episcopalian. You know what I mean? But I got them in their building now. We're talking about being Episcopalian. We're talking about our culture. So I take it upon myself in this gathering. Do you know why we are Episcopalians? I asked the family. Oh, no, we don't really know why. Well, let me tell you the history of what Episcopalians is. African Methodist Episcopalians, right?
Right.
Which is tied directly to the Underground Railroad. You know what I mean? Episcopalian, it was a political move for Lenape people. We became Episcopalian because Episcopalian is aligned with the Anglican Church. Episcopalian is how you say Anglican here. So the Anglican Church was in defiance of Rome. So all these papal bulls and all these things that were sanctioned by Rome, which led to the conquering of our people, the Anglican Church stood against them, right? England stood against Rome. So when it came time for us to strengthen our political ties, are we going to become Catholics and associate ourselves under the rule of Rome, right? Or are we going to, because we got to tie into something because it's about strengthening your allies. Right. We enter into treaties with England. So if we got to adopt one of their religions, we're going to take on theirs because they answer to the Queen of England, not to the Pope.
Right.
So we became Episcopalians to strengthen our ties with England, you know what I mean, who we already had treaties with. So eventually throughout time, you know, we buy in. We start to, you know what I mean? Like we used to gather in the churches because the churches gave us freedom, the freedom of expression. The same reason we deeded land to certain Europeans when they first arrived. They were here because they were seeking sanction and freedom of religious expression.
Right.
That's what they came here for.
Exactly.
So when we're going through what we went through, the same laws that allowed them to establish churches that protected them inside the churches, we now use those same laws for ourselves. So now we establish churches where the tribes hid in the church. So now you see it as a church, but the people from that community know that's where we meet to discuss tribal business. That's where we meet to discuss our history, to discuss how we gonna move forward, but still, because we gotta hide now. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the early churches were for a lot of these indigenous families. Just over time, you kind of fell into the, you know, the whole, you know, all the propaganda of Christianity. You kind of fell into it, and it served its purpose. You know what I mean? But it's important to embrace the spirituality. So yeah, bro, we assume like your phone went dead or, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, real practical shit. So yeah.
And it wouldn't let me come back on. I kept coming on and kept cutting off. I had to
because you were talking something real spicy.
Yeah, you was about to get in on it.
Oh no, I think I was going in. I was talking about Chief Windsor Thunder and how they was talking about their family, how it was Stephen Hopkins, and then my Romo side. You was talking about how we related to certain people, and then
the Mayflower.
Yeah, we got past the Mayflower. You got to
Sir Edmund Andros, right?
Is that it?
Who had got some slaves from the Gala, Ethiopia, whatnot. Did we go over that?
Yeah, you got up to the Oromo tribe.
Yeah, then he got the Romos. He got the Romos from Ethiopia. He brought them back to to England for training, to be his servants. Then he ended up bringing them then King Charles commissioned Sir Edmund Andros to be the governor of the colonies. So he came over to be the governor of like all of the colonies. Then they didn't. They were complaining about him. Then they made him governor of just Virginia, right? So Sir Edmund Andros was governor of Virginia. Then Oliver Littlejohn came from Scotland, and he became good friends with Sir Edmund Andros, and they became like real good friends. Sir Edmund Andros went back to England for health reasons and ended up dying. They say that when he came over to America, he brought 6 of his servants with him. He had 14 originally that he got from the Gala of Ethiopia. He brought 6 of them over here with him, 3 men and 3 women. Out of the 3, when he left and went back to England and passed, he left those servants under the control of Oliver Littlejohn, who was the overseer at that time. And it reads in our family book, as the custom at that time, the servants went over to Oliver Littlejohn. Now, the Littlejohn's family have it in their recorded history that since they didn't buy us, or that it wasn't in their right to sell us. So Oliver Littlejohn ended up getting with one of my grandmothers, Winnie, and we became the first Littlejohns, black Littlejohns, in all of the world, mainly in America, but all of the world. Right?
Okay, so pause real quick, because this is something that people will retell your narrative. So your ancestor that came off the Mayflower, right? Was she a black European?
This is what Constance Hopkins, Stephen Hopkins, they have them pictures of looking European, but I keep going down the bloodline of like, where did we become black? You know what I mean? Because that's what was happening with me. I went through her bloodline. I have the whole thing going down. I'm just like, okay, so when did they turn black? Did she turn black when she got with the Muskogee? Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? I didn't understand. So honestly, I don't know. But I have other family members, the Masons. My mother is a Mason. Her last name is a Mason, right? My grandfather is Harry Mason and the Masons. When I went and looked for the Masons, I'm trying to find where certain family members were white. I couldn't find it, and I'm trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out how they be. I was thinking because they came from Europe, they were white, and I'm starting to figure out that I don't think the majority of them were white. They came over here as black free people. You know what I'm saying? I guess living like white people or living like English people when they came over here. So I can't really tell you if she was white or black.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So now the Littlejohns, are they white or black? Are they European?
The Littlejohns are from Ethiopia, and they mix with Scottish.
Scottish. Okay.
One of them mixed with Scottish.
Okay.
And I'm for sure a couple of them were mixed with Scottish. And
now,
then
were these black Scots or white Scots?
I don't know that either, but I'm thinking they were white Scots.
Okay.
I'm thinking they were white Scots as far as the book is concerned. And also, we moved from Virginia to PG County, where I'm born, in Maryland, and then to South Carolina, and they've been in South Carolina the whole time. My father is born in Cherrysville, which is Gaston, North Carolina. And that county, it's like right on the border and they're right next to each other. Basically, it will be the same place without the borders. So my family is not basically haven't left that area in like 300 years. And the Littlejohns, in our book, I have an uncle.
And these are people. So you're saying your family in North Carolina that have been there for 300 years. These are people, South Carolina. These are people that originated in Africa.
Yes.
And they had been in South Carolina for 300 years.
Yes.
So I say that to say that someone that might want to check their genealogy, let's say if you went back 200 years in your genealogy, you would have found them people in South Carolina.
Yes.
And if you had not done the due diligence and went further back, you might have assumed that they was always in South Carolina.
Yes, because check this out. My reason for saying that is this. My third great grandfather, his name is Emmanuel Littlejohn. His father is Strap Littlejohn, married to Eliza Littlejohn. Emmanuel has a brother by the name of Gilson Littlejohn. Gilson is the oldest of the 13 children that my fourth great grandfather, Strap Littlejohn, had. Gilson Littlejohn is recorded in the National Archives of Washington, D.C. for the slave records, right? So you can type in Google Jilson Littlejohn, and they're going to give you the narrative of just what he says of our family. This is Google, and his name going to pop up, and they're going to give you the Wikipedia of my great uncle. Now, my great uncle talks about the family going through. He put a little bit on it in the story because my Strap Littlejohn, my fourth great grandfather, in Cherokee County, South Carolina, his mother is Mariah Littlejohn. Mariah, her mistress, who she was a slave up under, got very sick, and my grandmother wouldn't leave her side and nursed her back to health. So when she got back to health, because the majority of people in that area, I forgot what the disease was called, but the majority of people in that area died from that. But my grandmother nursed her back to health. When she got back to health, she freed my grandmother and her children, and it was Strap and his sister at that time. So her two children were free. So my great grandfather Strap was free before he had his 13 children. So when my uncle is telling the story, he's basically talking about the experience that the family went through because he was actually born free. But he talks about how the Klan came over and was harassing my family because his brother had became a magistrate. And he tells the story of how his grandmother, his mother's mother, was passing, right? And he says that he never saw nobody pass before. So he wanted to look in the door, in the keyhole, whatever. He was sitting in a crack to see how they look when somebody passed their form. Talking about his grandmother. He said they was fanning her with turkey feathers, right? When the story starts off, they start talking about, he says, my mother is African and Indian. It's flat out, right? He says, my father is Spanish with little African blood. But the father is the same one he comes from Betsy Littlejohn, one of the Ethiopian slaves that come. His wife Eliza, she comes from he comes from Gilly, and Eliza comes from Betsy Littlejohn. It's in our family story, and all of the names go up, right? It's on my page. So I'm saying that to say that even in the story of us coming from Africa, we blended in with Europeans, and then we blended in with the Cherokees that were over there. Then some of our family left and was our Choctaw Freemans. They're on the Choctaw Freeman records. You understand? So I don't know if they were so-called Black Indians that went to Oklahoma and got put as a freeman, or if they were actually slave of Indians. See, all of this is in my family story. Us being freemen, us being free, us being coming from Europe, us being slaves, us having slaves. I have that in my family record too. So it's just it's a lot.
Now this is the thing, right? So I'm sitting here listening to your testimony about your family, and this is what it sounds like when you speak to somebody who's actually done their genealogy, right? And not only just have they done their genealogy, but they fleshed it out to the point where they can start talking about actual situations in their families that wouldn't cater to their general beliefs or what you believed about yourself. You know what I mean? Like I'm open to my family's history being what it is, and you can tell when somebody is conveying something to you that is true. You know what I mean? Because when I hear you saying these things, I hear the complexities that I know that even exist in my family. You know what I mean? Certain stories that the genealogy exposes you to. You know what I mean? Because like I said, like you stated earlier, the genealogy is not just the census reports. You know what I mean? It's documentation, like, you know, marriage licenses, right? We have my cousin IG, his wife, she does great work. She had found, I don't know if it's him or her that found, but they found a police report of one of my ancestors who got drunk and got arrested, you know, pulled the gun all that stuff, right? So it's the police report. So we're reading the story. Turns out he got into a fight at a party because two of the girls he was dating were there, and they both were sisters, right? So it gives the name. Who is he dating? Two of the Richardson girls. Who are the Richardson girls? The Richardson girls are the Cherokee. Like back then, everybody knew Reevytown was the Indian town. So that's where the bad chicks is at.
Right.
So if you want a wife, you better go to church in Reevytown.
Right.
So that was the thing, you know what I'm saying? That's where everybody went to get their wives. You know what I mean? So one of my rock grandfathers, now Reevytown and Pine Brook, it's all the same thing, right? So it's all one giant community, different families that all intermarry, Lenape and Cherokee families. So one of my grandfathers up in there got two of the Richardson girls, you know what I mean? Like, but this is like, it's genealogy as well, because when you know the history of your people, okay, we know the Richardson girls was Cherokee.
Right.
Shit, my grandmother's a Richardson. You know what I'm saying? She's one of them Richardson girls. She's, you know what I mean? It's families, large family. So it's like, look at this stuff. Like, it's talking about the church. It's talking about the family names. It's talking about Peter Rock there's multiple Peter Rocks in my family, but this one got arrested, pulled the pistol out. You know what I mean? Talking about how he's a gang, all types of stuff. But this is the things that when people are doing real genealogy, they can share these type of stories with you about their family. They can share things, the good, the bad. You know what I mean? We've sat up here just now and exchanged multiple family stories. You know what I mean? Like in-depth stories. You know what I mean? From where certain members were enslaved to where people are coming from to where they arrived at. Like you talking about you trying to establish yourself as being, see if you connected to one of the chiefs in the New England area. You find out your ancestor came off the Mayfair. You know what I'm saying? But that just validates your truth. You know what I mean? As opposed to people who are out here saying, nah, I'm 100% indigenous American. I ain't got no African in me. I ain't got none of this. And those are the people who have the ears of the masses now. But with demonstrations like this, conversations like this, the masses are going to be able to be exposed to real truth, to people who are telling these truths. And you're going to find out that what they say, the truth is crazier than fiction. Yeah. Like that's real.
It really is.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I have a great grand, so he's my mother's, so I guess he would be third or fourth grandfather. He also on my mother's side is from Scotland. Well, he's Scottish, but he was born in England. So when you ask Brother Spirit, Brother Turtle, that if his ancestor was Black European or white European, that question was in my mind as well. But I understand that the grandfather might have been a white European because my great grandmother is like a little darker than me, but she's very fair skinned, and her mother was now I don't know if she was truly indigenous to Jamaica or if she also was part of the slave and the British colonies, or rather not British colonies, but Jamaica was 100 years freed before North America was. So I don't know like if she was truly indigenous or not, but come to find out that now I don't know if he was like mulatto, because he's the same, his last name is Gaylord, and that's his mother's maiden name, so he didn't take on the father's last name, which is weird, unless he was a bastard child. But then I don't know, so I don't know how to trace that back, and the only way I can do that is if I guess I go to England. But he was born in some little maritime little spot in England. He's not even in London. Like, it's like 3 hours away from there. So I'm like, how did this man travel all the way to Jamaica? Like, that makes me question, like, whether he was really like white European, or if he was, you know, mulatto, or if he was African. Like, that's where I lose you know, genealogy with him. Only thing I know is when he was born, the year that he was born, his mother's name, the father's name, and that's it.
Have you thoroughly researched the town he traces back to, the history of the town, the politics of what was going on in that town,
Yes.
the populations, things like that? Like, a lot of times that yields
it was a
extra information.
It was a town that did like carpentry, and they did it for the aristocratic people in that area. And it also, because it's like off of the shore, that's probably why he got onto a boat and was able to leave from there and go to Jamaica. Why? Maybe because they were big into doing carpets. You know, other than that, I don't know. I know that his last name, or that last name, traces all the way back to the Battle of Hastings in 1066. Other than that, again, I don't. That's just me doing research online and seeing where his last name, you know, where it stemmed from. But I also know that there were melanated Scotsmen as well. So again, I don't know if he's truly 100% European, or if he also has, you know, melanated DNA as well.
Like, he's probably amalgamated. Like,
yeah,
that's like,
is what I'm guessing.
So I find it real ironic that people are
swarthy.
Yeah. People are like, it's this new, like, nah, it was Black Europeans. People are going nuts over the concept of Black Europeans. There's been books written about the contribution of the Black Europeans. You know what I mean? And many great people of what we assume to be were white have been proven to be fair-skinned people of color. You know what I mean? Like, so everybody from King James to Beethoven, yeah, like a lot of these people were amalgamated, you know, indigenous people. You know, so I think what that really should, I mean, he would have been considered a Moor.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But he wasn't a part of the Moroccan Empire or nothing.
Right.
But, like, they would consider him Moor. Yeah.
England and Europe. Europe is named after Europa, who is an African woman, and then anybody dark skinned in Europe is going to be called Moor at that time. So, yeah.
So, with either one of you brothers, would you suggest that I should go over to England then and find like marriage or baptism?
I'm going.
Yeah. For me, I feel like,
because I can't get anything off of online. Like I've exhausted that option.
It's probably some nice little old English woman over there. You'll go over there, tell her, and she'll be like, boom, 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 and lay it all out for you.
Yeah,
got it in the old book.
Yeah, we're the only ones that got problems with our history here. You go anywhere else in the world and ask these people about who they are, and they know who they are.
They celebrate.
Wow. Because I find it that it's easier here because it's more documented here. But that's interesting that you would say that they are documented. I guess they would be both. Let
me tell you
as well.
I could go online now and Google everything, or I could go to the old library in Red Bank and wait till the old librarian comes in, and I just walk in and tell her I'm a rock. She's gonna take me right to everything I need. Right. I don't gotta. No, we the rocks. Yep. How do we know? Because my cousin has done it.
Right.
Oh, well, you need to come back here. These aren't online. None of this stuff has been loaded up online.
Yeah.
Don't think everything, all the microfilms have been loaded up online. These old libraries, See, everybody talking, I'm going to the Library of Commerce, I'm going to this. Nah, you need to go to that little ratty library that's sitting in this little town.
Yes.
Yeah. And you need to go peel through that stuff, because the stuff that ain't made it to the National Archives and ain't made it to these other places is what you're going to find in these little libraries. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Okay, I got to get my passport together then.
Yeah, your passport, go sit down with these little, like, who really, let's give a shout out to librarians. Let's give our flowers to all the librarians right now, because who's celebrating them? Who's going in there and making them feel good about themselves? You go in there and make a librarian feel good about herself, you can be calling, yeah, I'm on my way. They'll have everything you need ready for lined up on the table for you, because you showed them a little love. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like, we need to be building relationships with these librarians in all these little towns. Like, people talk about we got to travel. It's somebody in that town that you come from right now. Why can't you reach out to somebody and say, I'm going to pay somebody to go up in that library and grab everything in there that got my family's name to it?
Right.
I'm not about to hop on no bus and go to Wisconsin. I'm not about to go to wherever, but it's somebody
that's the other thing. I was like, I can't go all the way to Europe, but I feel you. Like, you would, I feel you.
But you got social media. And it's people that live in that town. There's somebody that live in that town that's bored and ain't got no friends and would love to have an American friend.
True.
And they'll go sit up in that library. Let me tell you, I've sent music to people all over the world, and they jumping in the studio, putting verses on it, just because somebody from America sent them something, and they think this could be the opportunity of a lifetime. And you are nobody, but you from America. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, that's what hip hop do for us. That's what the culture do for us, right? So let's take advantage of it, right? Yeah, you can reach out to somebody out there, and somebody can do that work for you. Hit them with a little bit of money, you know what I mean? Fatten their pocket, and you'll have what you need from the places you need to get it from. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like they even have like that last name has a family crest. So I don't know if, like, again, like that's just me going online and seeing like what the last name originates. And like I said, it is Scottish, and it goes back to 1066. And that name, whoever that man was in the battle with, I forgot what king was it at that time, but yeah, he was in the battle with England and Scotland or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, like, so people who, like, I meet a lot of people and they're like, yeah, my grandfather was chief such and such. And this is somebody that's documented, like, oh, it's all types of stuff on that person. You know what I mean? If you happen to come from a line that's heavily documented, you got to take advantage of what's there. My wife's people, heavily documented people because of contributions they have in New Orleans in that culture. You know what I'm saying? Who's the lady that's the queen of voodoo out there? What do they call her? Older.
Allegedly.
She passed. What's her name?
Yeah, Madame Laval.
Okay, that's my wife's blood family. That's my wife's. That would be one of her distant aunts. You know what I mean? They have handwritten accounts. Remember, there's a big fire that happened down there in the French Quarter, and all this. They got handwritten accounts of their ancestors who lost everything in the fire, and it's them explaining to people about what went on during the event. They got these handwritten records. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's so much information out there that if we just press, we can find it. My wife and her people got mad. They got their genealogy going back to the 1400s. You know what I mean? They French Acadian, Choctaw, and Taino. You know what I'm saying? With, I'm sure, African admixtures. We already identified. Like, they identify. They don't say I got European ancestry. They're like French Acadian. They know exactly where they came from. Got they boat stuff. Know that they docked up in the Maine area, Nova Scotia area. They linked up with the Micmac people. Then they got run out of there. They got sent to Maryland. They was in Maryland for a little while, got run out of there, and that's how they ended up in New Orleans. And that's where Cajun culture come from. Cajun is come from Acadian, like come from like that's a part of the mixture of what they call Cajun. Like I assume I always associated Cajun with like strictly black, whatever.
Yeah, I just
You know
come
what I
to
mean?
find that out as well. And there's a difference between Cajun and Creole.
Yep, there's a difference between Cajun and Creole. Yep. So all types of stuff. But what I'm trying to get to is my wife and them had the information, but as they were reading more things, she came across a whole library that was based on her family and their contributions and what they went through. This is why she can track their whole story, all from France to Nova Scotia to Maryland into the Louisiana area. You know what I mean? Which groups they settled with. You know what I mean? Boom, 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 all that stuff. And I've sat with her ancestors, you know, not with her ancestors, with her aunts and stuff. And it's like, who you know, start talking about their people. And she like, yeah, we Chata. She ain't say we Choctaw. She was like, yeah, we Chata. And that's how I know, oh yeah, this woman knows what she's talking about. You know what I mean? She ain't used the popular Americanized term. She was like, you know what I mean? And a lot of this is what, you know, ingratiated my wife with me, because I'm telling her things and she's sitting down with her grandparents, realizing like, damn, they've been sharing this stuff with us the whole time. And we just kind of took it for granted, ain't really realized what they were saying. Like, yeah, we the old people. You know what I mean? Nah, man, we not that. We Choctaw. You know what I mean? That's who we are. We Taino people. You know what I'm saying? So the information, you'd be surprised where the information lies. You just gotta make attempts. And when you start making them attempts, the universe will reach back to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because they definitely don't talk about that. Like Puerto Ricans more so will identify as Taino, but you talk to a Jamaican, they're like, nah, we Jamaican, man. Mm-hmm. Like they don't even recognize Taino, Arawak, like indigenous, none of that. Which makes it harder because you're like, well, no, you're not. I know, like my great grandfather's phenotype, like he looks African, like he's dark skinned, his nose is wide. Yes, he was born in Jamaica, but I'm like, nah. And he was born in Cockpit country, which is up in the mountains, maroon. So I'm like, I know you are a maroon. Like you have, like you're in one of those towns where the maroons fled to. So I'm like, no, I know there's African somewhere in there, or they're indigenous. Like I know one of his either his mother. I have a inkling. Again, this is all innate and intuition wise, but I believe that his father's from Africa and his mother's indigenous to Jamaica. I could be wrong, but that's just my inkling. But I'm like, no, they don't want to. The Jamaicans don't talk like that. They don't talk like us, like here, like your grandparents, your ancestors talk. Nah, we native to this. This is our tribe. Jamaicans don't. Not all of them. They don't talk like that.
Okay. See, for me, I'm like, so in our family book, it talks about. It identifies somebody as an African, right? But it doesn't give any detail like where in Africa he came from.
Right.
You know what I mean? It says it doesn't even say he's African. It says he came from England. You know what I'm saying? So I know the extensive history of the slave trade between what we would call New England, that territory, New York, and England. You know what I mean? There was an extensive slave trade that took place. People try to exploit that slave trade to say that that's the real slave trade and the other transatlantic slave trade didn't exist, but that's not the truth. There's multiple slave trades. Yeah. So, but for me, I'm like,
the Dutch, the French, like it wasn't just England. And trace to see which country went to like different parts, like South America, Jamaica, Americas. You could see which one went.
For me, I wish I could find who the African is. Just to, you know what I mean? Like, okay.
Just to get
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to get out the way.
Yeah. Like, don't think, like, I'm not looking saying, nah, I just need to find the Indian. I just need to find the Indian. You know what I mean? When we doing the research, we just researching the history and taking everything in and finding pride in all that shit. You know what I mean? But I want to find that, okay, I'm this. You know what I mean? Like, wow. Who wouldn't want to identify an aspect of who they are? Right. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to know, well, I do know the Irish part. And like, yeah, I got my shit. I know what ancestors was born in England. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker was born in England. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, is this a white woman or is this a black woman? I don't know. Right. But says she was born in England. Yep. Now, if I look up this area where she was born at, I could probably get a overall feel of the demographics of what people were there. You know what I mean? But for me, I don't care if she was white or black. Right. You know what I mean? Because people came from all these countries, and proving that they were white or black did not change anything. It could have been light-skinned Europeans that are we would identify them as black today. They could have been the ones coming here fucking shit up. Right. You know what I mean? It don't make it like, it's not like, well, no, there was black Europeans. No, was they good Europeans? Right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
That's
and what they contribute to.
Yeah, and what did they contribute to society? Not, oh, they was black or they was white. Like, I really, I'm so far past all that. You know what I mean? Because that is the one. That's the shit they threw. Like, you got a smooth running machine, and the motherfucker threw the monkey wrench in it. The color shit is the monkey wrench. You know what I mean? Because now there's issues where there weren't issues. You know what I mean? Now it's like, was that a black European? Was that a white European? Yeah, but in those communities, if they wasn't even dealing with those concepts, if that racist concept wasn't already prevalent, why would we even apply that to, so it's an issue? You know what I mean? I can read of accounts where natives would see white people and they didn't think they were less or they were subhuman. They just thought they were different.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's curious. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these other things they're learned. Like, this racism is learned. And then we take it with us and we keep perpetuating it. You know, I almost think like, yeah, these Europeans may have created racism, but they don't do it like we do it. Oh no. Shit. Are you kidding me? We just don't have the power to enforce the shit. But if we had the infrastructure and the power to enforce this racism shit, because we bad on our own people. Just imagine if we had the power to be the racist that the world has been to us, boy. Right. But maybe we already did, and that's why they ran motherfuckers out of Europe.
Well, yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, we have to remember and understand that everybody at one point in time was a slave. Light skin, dark skin, you name it, you were a slave. So this new concept is very, very new, because even if we go back hundreds of years ago, that wasn't the case. And if we look to see if Queen Charlotte and her son James, and even back to the Tudors, if one of them were so-called indigenous or whatever, they were royalty and they thrived and no one was batting an eye. It's just now, like recently, that we're like, oh, it's this thing, black and white. But when you know all intricates of who you are, it starts to, like, that's why I said, like, as I said an hour ago, 2 hours ago, I'm like, my mind is all the way out in the stars, the solar system. I'm not even thinking, because we get caught up in the color and the code and the culture and this, that, and the third. I'm like, man, I'm part of the solar system. Like, my DNA matches stardust. it's beyond all that.
My son and his brother, if a census enumerator were to come in the house, he would say they're not brothers. They would label them differently. My son looked like me. My son's brother looked like his European father. Right? So they would look at these two who came from the same woman, who are entitled to the same inheritance from that woman. They would look at them two and classify them as two separate people. Me and my brothers, my father got 4 kids older than me. He got me. He got 4 more younger than me, then another one from another woman, right? The first 2 women, wives, my mother and my older brother's mother, black women, indigenous women, right? So we all kind of look how I look. My younger brothers are from Irish and Jewish, I believe. So I have one brother that looks Puerto Rican. Looks like a real light, fair Puerto Rican, possibly a white guy. Then I have other brothers. Nah, I can still see like you still look ethnic, and like I still see us.
The phenotype. Yeah,
I still see the phenotype and the structure and all that. You just fair skin.
Yeah.
Now, I got brothers that got the phenotypical, where you'd be like, he's either a very light Spanish Puerto Rican, or he's like one of them dirty white guys. You know what I'm saying? That looks like he could be some type of ethnic shit. He just got dark hair.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then I got brothers that are like silver hair, green eyes, like almost odd looking. Like, what's that connection? You know what I mean? But these are my brothers. We have the same father, which means we have the same grandmother, who's the Creek woman. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. Y'all don't got, so ain't none of y'all out here, not y'all two, but the people who sit up here and make these claims. So ain't none of y'all got a cousin that married a white woman?
That's what I'm saying. And
you ain't got a little cousin that don't look nothing like you, but your mother or your grandmother loved that little baby. Yep. And if y'all show up at grandma's house and you're there, and that little baby, somebody off the street comes in and tries to take that baby, your big black ass ain't gonna be out there trying to rip somebody's head off for that little light-skinned baby. Right. You know why? Because you know that baby is your relative. Right. And you truly don't care if that baby light-skinned, if that baby got a white mother. You don't care because it's yours. Right. But you want to talk crazy to other people and judge them based on the same criteria that you know you'll give your life for. You know what I mean? Get out of here. Y'all, like, half the shit they be saying, they know is fucking cap. Like,
it's
you know,
so foul. It's so foul.
It's crazy, bro. Like, ain't no way. No, I'm 100% Aboriginal. And then even that term, like brother asked, are the Native Americans also Aboriginal Americans? See, this is what I mean when I say because we're not being specific enough and we don't use the languages that we should be using to describe these people. This just question is all over the place. And then if I answer it properly, it sounds like I'm being disrespectful. But I would say to you, native just means born in. Right. That's all native means. Anybody born in this, on this continent, in this land is American, Native American. That's why white people that came here could call themselves Native Americans and start the Native American Party. Had nothing to do with their Aboriginal, claiming that they're Aboriginals. It's America. So what they're saying is they're native to the United States, right? Aboriginal Americans, guess what? They're born here too. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they're native too. Because if you're Aboriginal, you know what I mean? You don't necessarily have to be born here. You could have been, your parents could be from here and they had you in another country. You know what I mean? And you're still Aboriginal to this land, as opposed to somebody who's native and that was born here. But still, there are Aboriginals who are Native Americans because they were born here. These are all European words that people use to justify their claims. So now, yeah, we say Aboriginal Americans or any of the Aboriginals found here by the Europeans, boom, 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 giving dates when they arrived. But just because we know that the European has a date, 1492, you know what I mean? That's the year that they came here. They didn't get to the actual shores of North America till a few years later. But we have a date on when the European first stepped foot on this continent. The definition says any of the Coppertone nations found here, right, when the Europeans got here.
Right.
Aboriginal does not, that definition does not define whether or not those nations originated here. It just says they were found here by the European. So
Right.
he don't know if they from here or not. He's just saying they was here before we were.
Right.
So that's why we call them Aboriginal.
Right.
They don't know where they originated, but people take that definition to define themselves when really Aboriginal is not, it's a European term and it's based on circumstance.
Right.
It's not based on actual fact, because it could have been a tribe of Africans here,
period,
that came here 50 years before the Europeans.
Right.
The Europeans get here, sees Africans, and start painting pictures of them.
Yep.
And now we sit here going, this is what the original American looked like. No,
Right.
Those are African tribes that came here before the Europeans.
Right.
And the Europeans don't know if they indigenous or not. Don't know if they Aboriginal or not. That's
Right.
just the truth of the matter, right? Because you're taking it from the perspective of Johnny come lately.
Yes.
Now, if we say are Native Americans and Aboriginals the same? Okay, well, what Native Americans are you talking about? Oh, I'm talking about the Lakota Sioux. Oh, well, we know when they came here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We know when they came here. Even their own history, they talk about when they came here. You know what I mean? Are the Aztec Aboriginal indigenous people? Well, it says they entered into Mexico in 1109 AD.
Right.
So they definitely ain't indigenous to Mexico, to the land we associate them with. And they even created their creation myth. They said that this is where they come from, and they use Teotihuacan as the, they attach that to their origin myth.
Right.
But they didn't enter into Mexico until 1109. Teotihuacan had been already built. So that's telling you that they're using an already established place to facilitate their creation myth, a creation myth that existed before they entered into Mexico, and a building that existed before they entered into Mexico. So we know that's not true.
Right.
They're not Aboriginal indigenous people to Mexico, but we associate them with that. You know what I mean? But all this is to say that if we're going by what is written in the books, we got to be able to back it up with what these individual tribes say about themselves.
Yeah.
So are Aztec people Aboriginal indigenous to the Americas? I would say no, because their history themselves say they migrated. You know what I'm saying? At least from the Utah area.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? At least. Right? Would I consider my people, Lenni Lenape, Aboriginal indigenous Americans? I'd have to say no, because our migration story says we came here.
Right.
But based on the European definition of Aboriginal, we absolutely are. Because by definition, they're just saying anybody that was here when they got here is considered Aboriginal. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? So that's why these words are so tricky. And trying to rest yourself on, I'm a native Aboriginal, I'm indigenous Aboriginal, I'm a foundational FBA. Nah, you better off saying, nigga, I am Muskogee.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right? Because now you're being exact. Ain't nobody got to question your history. If somebody want to know about your history, well, are Muskogee Aboriginal indigenous people? You can go find out for yourself by doing the knowledge to their history and determine for yourself if you believe them to be Aboriginal indigenous people. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you're gonna have to go deal with their migration story, which they have one. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You have to start dealing with all different things, but you also really got to start familiarizing yourself with the language, because a lot of these answers are going to be found within the language. And unless you really can process and understand the language, you really not going to know what you're talking about. So these general questions are better suited when we are more specific about who we talking about. You know what I mean? Because anything else is a word game, and I could play in that pocket all day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But what you're basically saying is you can't really determine our history by European words.
No.
And that's what people try to do, just like the groups that say, I'm Aboriginal, copper-colored, indigenous, Aboriginal,
Autochthonist.
What is all of that? Like, what language of any tribe in North America uses those words? Where are we gonna find those words at in the language? For instance, I have another question too that I proposed one time when I was going against some of the Moors, because they always try to use the Peace and Friendship Treaty, right? And the Peace and Friendship Treaty says nothing about the Emperor of Morocco giving any type of land over here. It says nowhere in it does it say it's his land or anything like that. You have the plenipotentiaries of the United States who went over there because they just won a war, right? And they was jacking everything that they could take over here from America and taking it over to Europe. But when they got over by the Pillars of Hercules, they were getting jacked by the Moors over there because you entered their territory. Not over here, but over there. And they wouldn't let you pass to go through those pillars to try to sell your stuff or go to Portugal or nothing like that. And why? Because you used to be under British control. Now that you're not under British control, you're not under the treaty that we have with Britain.
Yep, so we jacking you.
You're going to get jacked or you're going to form a treaty with us since you say you're your own nation. And that's what
and we'll recognize you as our own nation as long as you break bread with us.
They're not saying they gave them no land. They're saying they recognize them. They punked and took the land from us. So they're not recognizing anything other than that they won the war. And if you want to do a treaty, want to do business coming over here, you got to do something with us and pay these taxes. That's how that happened. So
that's
I was
all the treaty, peace, and friendship was.
Yeah, that's all that was. So I'm looking up all of the oldest treaties that happened with Indians, and they started going back and going back and going back. So I'll show them. What about this one in the 1500s? What about this one in the 1600s? What about? And it's just like it's 100 of them. And then within those treaties, they give a name. Like the Dutch did this.
A signatory.
With tribes, right?
Signatories. They're called signatories.
Let you know who signed the treaty, which specific area they took, a geographical location, longitude, latitude. They're gonna let you know where it's at.
Yep.
What specific land they took, when they took. I mean, what they negotiated for. Excuse me, because what people don't understand is that, recording is thousands and thousands of year history. So the Europeans that come over here that's looking for freedom from persecution and religious tolerance, like you were saying earlier, they still have to have on documentation that they made a deal with these people, and that's why they're able to be here. To their own people, they have to do that for. So when their own people come, they fight against them. Not only I was here first, you weren't here. No, I was here first. It says it right here, right? So it's them having to argue with themselves about our possessions that give us the right now to go and look up what they were doing. And because they had to argue with themselves so much, the dummies wrote it all down.
And formed a treaty amongst themselves.
They wrote it all down. Not knowing what they were doing, they wrote it all down so we could come back and look at it. So I'm saying this to say, when I was looking at those treaties, if you call me in the treaty Cherokee, if you call me Wissalakis or Kituwas, or right, or you call me Mohawk, Wiganan, Haka, and all type of other stuff, we have our own name. So if you call me a name that I don't use in a legal document, and it has nothing to do with our people, is it binding? Just because you called us a faulty name. Like they never really made a treaty with our ancestors. I'm just gonna say that. I don't know. I haven't read all of the treaties, but the majority of the ones, Europeans are think they're slick that they catch themselves not really knowing what they're doing because they try to rename us in the treaties. You this, we gonna call you that. You guys are this, well, we gonna call you this. And so then they make a treaty with these people, so-called, but it's really not their name. So I'm asking, if you go to court with somebody and you say you made a treaty with them or documentation with them and they gave you a false name, is it binding in court? Or you gave a false name on them. Is it binding in court that you never really had a contract with the people?
So that's the thing. A lot of these treaties were just land grabs, and the people that were entering into these agreements with the different Europeans were doing so just to secure their seat on the Titanic. You know what I mean? See, there's a difference between like Indian deeds and then like when you're doing treaties, right? Who has the leverage, right? The treaty of Fort Pitt, right? Which was recorded as the first treaty between
William Penn and
this is the first treaty with the United States. Those treaties are with European nations and colonists.
Oh, you're right. That's with him, right?
Yeah. The first treaty with the United States is the Treaty of Fort Pitt, 1789 or whatever, 1780, 1770. I don't know. It all aligns with the Revolutionary War, 1776. What that treaty states is that the European soldiers, British soldiers, can travel through Lenape land to fight this war, right? And Lenape will, if they need our assistance, will help them. All that. That's what this Treaty of Fort Pitt is about. It's basically giving the Europeans permission to occupy our lands. That's very different than a treaty that sets up people on reservations. Because by the time the people who are being set up for these reservations to go out west, they don't have the upper hand in the treaty. Like these removal treaties, it's almost like you're going to take what we give you. You know what I'm saying? That's very different than them saying, yo, please, can we utilize your land so we can fight this war, so we can, because you understand, if these people win, it's going to be worse on you. If we win, we got treaties that's going to ensure, that there's peace amongst us. But if the Patriots win, who knows what's going to happen? The loyalists were loyal to Britain, to the treaties. The Patriots was patriotic. See what I'm saying? Like, nah, we doing this for ourselves.
Right.
So that was the division between the two. So a lot of these, so you have treaties that are with people who were basically already subduing you. So you had no leverage in the treaty. You'll take whatever they can give you. Right. And these are most of the treaties that people are talking about. Oh, the treaty been violated. They wrote us out. They this and they that. Yeah. Them treaties was never, the intent behind them treaties was never what y'all thought they were. Like the Dawes Roll, the intent behind the Dawes Roll was to set up, the intent behind the Dawes Roll was to pretty much generationally write you out of your inheritance, meaning they implemented the blood quorum, right? So now basically they're saying we got to pay you money up until you're 1/8, right? So your grandmother, who's full blooded, she on here, but she married this motherfucker. So now their kid is a half blood. We still got to pay for them because you know what I mean. But as soon as that kid now marries this white person and they got a baby, now that blood they down to a quarter. You know what I'm saying? And this is what's happening every generation. So based on the Dawes roll, by the time 5, 6, 7 generations came down, these people then married out, thinned the blood so much that now they're not even entitled to receiving the money that they're supposed to be allotted because they didn't basically grafted themselves out of being entitled for the allotment, right? That's what these treaties coupled with the blood quorum were set up to do. Like, yeah, we're gonna have to pay them for the first 150 years, but ain't gonna have to be much after that because even those people are descendants of those people. By the time 2000 come around, they're gonna be all white. And they may have grown up in that land and be a part of that culture, but based on this blood quorum, we don't got to pay them shit because they done married all these different people, and now they not even technically Indian based on the blood quorum. This is why these Indian nations are throwing the blood quorum out because they figured it out. So when we be looking at these $5 Indians, a lot of them not even getting checks because they didn't fuse themselves out because they marrying other Europeans. And now, yeah, they say they Indian. They tell you not Indian. And yeah, they from the reservation. And you like, yeah, no, they grew up on the reservation. But getting to their politics, you find out, oh no, they don't even get a check. Like I know these reservation Indians. I know people who was upset. I know a girl who was upset because she had her babies by a white guy, and she was already so amalgamated that her babies no longer qualified. She was upset because they was off the rolls. How am I on the rolls? You on the rolls because you at the last spot. You got that 1/8 spot. If you don't have a baby by someone who's got more of that blood in you, your kid's gonna be off the rolls. And this is how they work that to ensure that they're gonna have total control over everything. You know what I mean? So, like,
well, would you say that the reservation? Because I'm not gonna sit here in front and act like I know the total history of the land, but my observation is that the people on the reservation are far worse off than we are outside of the reservation.
Absolutely. Like that was the plan of it. Like, first of all, they taken, let's say your people from North Carolina, and they remove you to Oklahoma. Right. The culture you lived in North Carolina, you cannot live in Oklahoma. Literally. It's a different environment. You know what I'm saying? So on top of the fact that they just removed you to Oklahoma, who the hell was here before you? Who did you displace? You know what I mean? So they were sending these people out there hoping to eventually absorb them into the population or to bleed them out. You know what I mean? It was never, so they're not going to provide. And on top of that, like they just giving them bread to provide for themselves. So like I know families, Pequot families, you know, they got that casino. For years, them people was making money, getting checks, right? But they still had the mentality of poor people. Right. So the same way you can go check to check for a 9 to 5, right? These people was living check to check. They just was doing it in a bigger way. So they get that big check and they'd run through it. Let's say they got the checks quarterly, once every 4 months. They'd get that check, and a month after they got that check, they broke. They ran through thousands and $60,000 buying cars, giving money to their family members, doing all this stuff. A month and a half later, they broke, waiting on that next check to come. You know what I mean? And that's what happened. Like, so nah, these people they not really in better situations. They didn't have the education to create something for themselves. You know what I mean? They giving money to individuals, so it's not like they all pooling their money together to create something greater.
Right.
You know, the drugs, all these things was horrible.
Yeah.
Alcohol, you know,
And
but you gotta
their health care is not the greatest.
healthcare. But you gotta understand, it's the same conditions in our communities, hoods.
Exactly.
You got liquor stores, you know what I
Mhm.
mean? You got churches, you know what I'm saying? You got drugs and poverty.
Right.
And you have poor representation in your community.
Right.
A disconnect between you and your representation. Same thing they have on the not all of them, of course, but
Right.
the major ones, like, yeah, they have the same problems we have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, which is why they gravitated towards hip hop, because they watched what we did in our hoods and how we started to make a better life for ourselves via hip hop. So a lot of these natives started to embrace hip hop. You know what I mean? It's the brother Superman. He a rapper. He tells his story. I got a video. It's on my thing. You know, I did a video with him, and he tells a story of how, you know, he's traditional, but they grew up wanting to be like hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
So he would go to powwows, perform in his traditional regalia, and if they double booked him to rap, okay, so he do his dancing, his fancy dancing, and do his demonstrations traditional. Then they go in the back, take their stuff off, put the baseball caps on, come back, and now they do their rap shit on some hip hop shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's one particular show where somebody didn't show up, and they asked them if they could step in for them. They were supposed to perform after they did their traditional bit. So they said, well, can you just do your rap stuff right after you do your traditional stuff?
Wow.
And they like, yeah, sure, just let us go change. And they was like, nah, you ain't got time to change. We just need you to just go into it. Mm-hmm. So he was speaking on how that was an issue. Like, I'm not about to get up here and start rapping in my traditional garb, regalia. The elders ain't gonna like that. You know what I mean? So they felt the type way. They was like, well, we need you to go right up. So they ended up doing their show, their rap show, in their traditional garb. And at that point, they didn't know how the elders were going to take it. But after it happened, the elders came up to them and blessed them. And they said, this is a way for you to push the culture. Because now you can go into arenas where these people are here for hip hop, and you can educate them on native culture.
Right.
You know what I mean? So now he does his shows, his hip hop shows, he does them in his traditional gig. Wow. You know what I mean? So, and the beauty of it is, all right, so they still got the traditional culture that our families once partook in, right? They still got that. We were stripped of it. We created hip hop. So now we at a point where we got our eyes on the old ways, and guess what? They got their eyes on the new ways. So now what's happening? Through hip hop, it's starting to merge.
Right.
And now those of us who know hip hop, we got something to trade with those of us who still retain our traditional culture. And now we can be teaching each other aspects of the culture. So we can fuse the two as one. You know what I mean? And that's what's happening. And that's what's going to happen with all the cultures around the world. Hip hop is going to be the glue that fuses them all together. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to wipe away what appears to be the differences. And this is what's going to bring all the tribes together. It's going to be hip hop. You know what I mean? So
there's this show that's called Reservation Dogs.
Yeah, Reservation Dogs. I've watched it.
I like it. It's a little, you know, it has like this humor to it, but you know, when you could see past what they're talking about, it's very enlightening. And
yeah.
Exactly what you're talking about.
It's a hood story. It's a hood story. Yeah, it's a hood story. We can recognize it because we know what we've been through. So once we start recognizing that a lot of us, we got more in common than different, we're gonna see that. So I see, yeah, Lisa, the Dawes Roll made Jacobites and Irish Native Americans. Yeah, that was one of the results. Yeah, but yeah, definitely. But that's something that took, John Ross, chief of the Cherokee in 1850, was Scottish. He was like 1/18th or 1/16th Cherokee. Yep, absolutely true. You know what I mean? So that's a part of history we got to reconcile.
But that also brings up an interesting point too, and I think it was Judge Joe Brown that was mentioning, if for reparations, like you would probably have to prove like your bloodline to, you know what I mean? Like there's this thing where, okay, I can say I was indigenous to this land, but how do you really prove that? Like you just brought up a critical theory there that just is like, well, I would have to show my bloodline. I would have to show my DNA to let you know that this is my land and you give me back my stuff.
Even the DNA at this point, because in order for them to properly match your DNA, they'd have to, they need samples, right? Mm-hmm. So they're going to have to pull up bodies out of these burial grounds. Mm. How do people know which burial grounds they attach to?
Right.
For them to accurately compare your DNA, because if you compare my DNA to a Lakota Sioux DNA, I'm not a Native American. Mm-hmm. I'm not Indian. You know what I'm saying? My shit ain't gonna match theirs. Right. They different people. You know what I'm saying? And at this point, we got so much in us.
Exactly.
That's why I say, like, yeah, we could do the DNA, but if the native tribes are if they're saying, nah, we're not dealing with the DNA no more because they know that's a weapon being used against us. That shit is not to tell you how much Indian you got in you. That shit is to tell you how much Indian you don't got in you. Mm. See what I'm saying? We looking at it like it's going to confirm something. Nah, right. It's created to deny you the whole process. That doesn't mean that it's not real, but the psychology behind the processes are designed to deny you of what you're looking for. If they don't have enough sample sources, if they got African sample sources, right? And we all got a little bit of something in us. Mm-hmm. So they're not going to find your native ancestry because they don't have it on record for the marker to say, oh, it matches this. Exactly. So those markers are going to ring off and there's not going to be no match. But we found a match for this Sudan. We found a match for this Europe because they already have sample sizes from there. So, see what I'm saying? That's why, doing the DNA, it's going to tell you from everywhere. You know what I'm saying? We have to be able to trace ourselves to communities that made enough of an impact. Mm. See, that's why they say a continuous, community. Like people that are recognized as being, know what? They go into these people like, yeah, we're these people. They want to see that you speak in the language. Mm-hmm. They want to see that you still demonstrating aspects of the culture. They're going to want to know that the people in the community around you still identify you as that. They're going to go to the other Indian communities around you and say, y'all know them? Y'all recognize them as Indians? They're going to do all these other things. It ain't going to be just about, well, we got to take because me taking your blood still is not connecting you to a community. See what I'm saying? It's still not saying, okay, yeah, you got Indian in you. It's not saying, oh, you was a Ramapo. Now go talk to the Ramapo and see if your family on that family list. See what I'm saying? These are the ways that things are happening, not because they're taking blood and determining, yeah, you're an Indian, boom. You know what I mean? It don't happen that way. Like, just recently, a family, they're my family, but it's not my begat family. they were contacted about a Indian deed that was found, right? And the deed basically was for a plot of land, but it's a Muncie deed, right? So when you know about location things, you know that the Muncie, their territory was this part of Jersey on up,
Okay.
right? So when these Europeans found this deed, they said, "Oh, it's an Indian deed." So they came to my people, Sandhill, said, "We found this Indian deed for Indian land. We know y'all Indians. We'd like to give it to you." "Oh shit, you gonna give us a deed for some land?" "Yeah, it's an Indian deed." "Yeah, but it ain't these Indians' deed. The chief that signed this is not associated with this tribe." See what I'm saying? So this tribe could say, "Okay," my people could say, "Yeah, give us the land." Then as soon as we try to do something with it and it becomes public, somebody who's a descendant of Papa Mora,
Right.
right? He gonna say, "Hold up, that's Papa Mora's signature on there. Why you give that to the Sandhill? Papa Mora wasn't chief of the Sandhill." You know what I mean? Because this stuff is not just about what community you come from, what contributions did they made, what like what bookmarks did they leave behind that you can tie yourself to.
Right.
That's what's gonna, like, these are the things that are gonna, you know what I mean? There's like, all of our people are great and we've been through something and we made a stand somewhere. You got to connect yourself to that. You know what I'm saying? You got to connect yourself to the part of your community that did something to stand out. Because guess what? That's American history.
Right.
And Americans love their history. They celebrate it. Right? So when you can start identifying things, like there's a Lenape chief in Texas. Is I keep forgetting his name. I don't know, but he's a famous chief. It's high schools named after him. He was associated with Black Beaver. I always forget his name. But anyway, he was a Lenape chief that migrated. He was with part of the Lenape that ended up out in Texas, right? Very famous man. Said his high schools in Texas named after him. It's rivers named after him. His history is well known. I got pictures of him, everything, right? When you do the knowledge to this man and you read the actual accounts of it, they openly tell you that this man was Lenape and African. He was bald and he wore a turban. You know what I mean? And they even have pictures of him, and he was clearly what we would call a black man.
Wow.
Now, these Delaware, who predominantly are what we would appear to be white now, they celebrate this man. They big up him. They use him as I was stating, evidence of their contributions and connections. You know what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. They big up this man crazy. You think they tell you that he was half African? They don't talk about that at all. You know what I mean? But they will promote this man to further their cause, but then they'll come to Lenape like myself and try to act like we not Lenape. You know what I mean? I just happened to deal with someone who was sincere on some levels, and he was sharing a lot of these things with me because he was trying to empower me for if it ever came to the point where I had to confront these other groups. You know what I'm saying? So, like, appearance, none of these things really matter anymore because we've moved so far. We've gone through so much. We got to be able to identify on paper as well as in tradition that we those people. So you got to be able to show it to them on paper, but then you still got to be able to come move that way. That's why Two Hawks is like historical. I don't think people realize what they are encountering when they are dealing with the man. You know what I mean? Like, because he wasn't always where he was at. Like, he is the example of what all of us are going to have to do at some point. You know what I'm saying? Man up and bring your tribe back into existence. You know what I mean? And now he, you know, they know, they got the culture, they speak the language, got the history, got the law behind them, you know what I mean? And he's moving forward with it. So these are, to me, like, you know, that's a remarkable demonstration. He's somebody that is going to be written about in my book, in my history books. You know what I'm saying? Him, a handful of other people, you know what I mean? But they setting the blueprint for what we need to do moving forward. Peace, bro.
Peace.
Exactly.
All right, so we're gonna hang out for about another 20 minutes or so. And then I'm gonna let, you know, we're gonna jump off after that. But I definitely appreciate everybody. Yeah, Chief Ned, Jim Ned, that's the name of him. Thank you, Kala.
Oh,
Chief Jim Ned. Yeah, he's half African. And they write about him, and they say what made him such a great chief was a lot of his attributes that they associate with the African. He was a great leader. He was fearless, all these things. And everybody loved him, Chief Jim Ned.
Yeah, I've never heard of him. Again, I mean, the North American, even South America, like none of this was ever talked about in my household because, again, like not even talking about Jamaican or Puerto Rican or Cuban. It was just like, we're American, you know, that's it. We work, we live, we die, we eat, and never, nothing about race, nothing about your color, your skin, none of that stuff. We didn't talk about that. And so I don't know all of the histories. I don't know much about, you know, anything more, all that stuff, because it wasn't taught to me. So some of this information is new, and what you're speaking about is like fresh to my ears because I've never heard, you know, I don't associate with tribes because, I mean, other than being in New York City, like the Bronx, that's my native. But, you know, talking about that in my own home, we never did. So I'm kind of an alien, if you will, because we never associated any of that stuff. No tribe, anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Now, so Lisa said they don't use African samples. It is fake. If they are our DNA family, it would connect us to African cousins. But see, that's the thing. If you get your DNA, if you get your results, and a marker comes up and says something that connects you with Africa, it's not saying that you're from Africa. It's saying exactly that. You probably have some African cousins, some distant relatives from that region of the planet. It doesn't mean that you, in your lifetime or any of your previous ancestry's lifetime, it doesn't mean that you might have come from Africa. That marker might be 100,000 years old, and the person that you share that marker with might have came out of Africa 100,000 years ago. So no, Africa ain't got nothing to do with you, but you still have genetic markers that mean you have a common ancestor that was found in that region. That's all it means. It doesn't mean you're from there. It just means a little part of you matriculated through all these hundreds of grandparents we've had going back thousands of years. And that's how you got that genetic in you. It doesn't mean you came directly from the continent. And people think that getting your DNA done and finding any African anything in it means you're African. No, you are from the communities you're from. That's what you are. I don't care how much African DNA, like I could get my DNA done now, and I'm gonna get it done. I'm actually gonna do that.
Me too.
I'm gonna have a whole demonstration on it. I got the person who's gonna break it all down and everything, right? It wouldn't matter if my DNA came back 100% African, right? That can't erase the history of Reevy Town. You know what I mean? That can't erase the history of my ancestors who came from Georgia, North Carolina. That can't erase the history of my Creek ancestry. That can't erase the fact that my name is Norris Branham. And if you look up both those names in the Monacan tribal records, you're going to find both those names as tribal names. Norris is a Christian Indian name. It's very common amongst Christianized Indians. Branham is on the Monacan chiefs list. One of the last chiefs was named Kenneth Branham. When I jump on their website, the people who on their little face page, the people who know their history, when they see Norris and Branham, they're like, oh shit. Go to their cemeteries, you're going to see Norris's and you're going to see Branham's. You understand? So, like,
I'm looking because my grand aunt on my mother's side did the ancestry. So looking at what she has, that Native doesn't even show up. So you're right. They don't.
The tribes that we would have been from, they don't have our stuff on record. See, we're Eastern Woodland. The history that we think of in terms of Native American interaction, we think of Columbus and what he did, right? But really, we think about the westward movement. The Hollywood Indian story is about the push west, the Midwest. It's about, that's why we all know about the Trail of Tears, because it's the movement west. That's kind of where they start the history. That's the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
They was banging on Eastern Woodland and Southeastern tribes, the people we descend from, in the 1600s.
Yep.
By the time the 1800s came, by the time photography came, our people had been Negroes for 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
They handled us early, right? That's when they got to us. So by the time the documentation came around that people, the photography and all that stuff, man, we had been processed out. You know what I'm saying? We still knew who we are. We was active in our communities as such, but we weren't the same Indians from 1600. We were colonized now. We were doing different things, living in modern times. And guess what? That would have happened anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like at some point, you living in a wigwam, and then you realize, shit, we can build a way more stable structure and fit more people in it, and did all these things. So you stop building wigwams and you start building more elaborate, sturdier homes. That's just natural evolution. We're not still living in shanties now. You know what I mean? You can tell the difference between an old apartment building and a brand new one. You know what I'm saying? We don't expect them to make brand new old apartment buildings to authenticate who they are as builders or whatever. Nah, they're going to, you know what I mean? So even as Indians, we was moving, we was progressing. It's just that they show you the ones that they hadn't encountered yet. And that's what Hollywood is about. That's like the wild Indians out west, right? The Plains Indians, that's why when people find out Indians lived in cities, they're like, huh? Because their idea of an Indian is a nomadic tribesman that live in a teepee.
Or a conquered Mexican.
Yeah, exactly. They don't realize that, we had cities, bro. What you talking about? We had villages. We had summer homes. We had all types of things that is more akin to today's culture. Like they say, we don't got no culture. What you mean? Where you think summer home came from? You know what I mean? We would move inland during the winter, but during the summer, we down by the beach. This is why the white man got the big house on the beach. And he only lived there a few months out the year. I'm from the Jersey Shore, so I know, because we used to break into them big houses when they was empty for 9 months out the year.
Right.
Be having big ass parties in these big mansions on the beach. I'm talking about Diana Ross. We ain't never go in her house, but these are the people that lived out there. Diana Ross, Billy Joel, you know what I'm saying? Like rich people. That's how big these homes were. And these white people wouldn't even be there all winter.
Right.
But that's a part of our culture. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, when it comes to the I'm gonna take me a blood test too, just to see if some of this stuff show up. But one thing I noticed about Africa and the tribe that I was dealing with, because I got Kush ancestry, like we was talking about earlier, from Ethiopia. The founder of Accra, his name is King Ai Kushi, and they traced the God tribe, and a lot of the tribes over there, the majority of them on West Africa, they traced their genealogy coming from East Africa, from the Nile, coming from over there. So even on the, I think I sent you a picture one time, or I put it up, Turtle Gang, of the wall of the palace, when they had all of the names up there for the countries that they traveled through their migration. It's just like some of the tribes from the east, where we at, how they had to migrate and ended up over in the Midwest and stuff like that, and some in Texas, some even went a little bit further into Mexico, like the Seminoles, for instance, or the Yamasis and them, right? They have a long, I'm watching over there, so when I'm over there and I'm reading everything and I'm talking to the priests and the Wolomays and stuff like that, which is the priests, and they're giving me the story of their migration story, I'm just bugging out like, wow, it's the same thing that happened in America. But not only that, that's why I would think that it all the same, when people take the blood test, it's these same, they say sub-Saharan, right? They say Cameroon, Nigerian, Ghana, right? They say these same names. When I'm looking at the migration pattern, it says they went from Egypt. Some of us say from Israel to Egypt, to Sudan, to Ethiopia, to the Congo regions, to Nigeria, Benin, Togo, Ghana. That's how they got there.
Yeah.
Right? So
and it's reflected in the DNA.
It's in the DNA. What I'm saying is, this
because
is their
they had
culture.
the slaves back in 1750.
No, these are migrations. No, these are migrations that predate all that.
Right. No, what I'm
Came from the north and came all the way down, right?
The founder of Accra, Ghana, right? It's the capital of Ghana, the famous place, the most popular place in Africa right now, right? Ghana, and then the capital is Accra. The founder came and founded Accra in 1510.
Yeah.
So that's not that ancient. You understand?
No, I'm talking about way before that, like 750 AD. There was, because well, biblically, like, because religion wise, but there was a Roman. Well, the Romans were taken over up there in the north, Egypt and Ethiopia, and so they fled from slavery, and that's how they migrated down south. And so
that's the story.
With me trying to find my history as far as where is this so-called African, because I said Ivory Coast, Ghana, and Benin, that's what showed up more high statistically in my mother's DNA, or her mother's mother. Is what I'm seeing is that I had to go back in biblical times. So we're not, even if we say we have Guyana in us, or we're Benin, no, most of us are coming from north, and they migrated, and this is 750 AD.
Right.
So this is way back
into the area.
Yes.
Because they were leaving out of slavery themselves.
Right.
And that's the thing, when they talk about the DNA, like, they let you know that, we identify y'all as being as you have ancestors in that region, but they don't tell you that's exactly where those ancestors that were in that region at a specific time, based on the amount of markers we're finding there. They can't tell you that that's where they originated from.
Right.
They just say this is where we have the markers that match. That's it. It's very sterile. It's not. No, that's these people trying to make money off it and going, oh yeah, you got this in there, and then they try to set you up with some tribe that is going to adopt you because you got some
that's just crazy
markers.
That's wild.
That's the craziness.
That's wild. That's taking it too far. That's taking
there
it a little.
There is ancestry test that's like that. That's supposedly pinpoints you to the exact tribe that you
I don't know
belong
about
to.
that.
No,
You know what I can say? This is what I will say. That my family members we all have the same records, the same Indian records and stuff like that on my mother's side. I'm speaking specifically. They all went and did DNA tests. They got the African stuff back. My aunties and them, boy, they was celebrating, they was happy and stuff like that. And I was just like, man, y'all some suckers, blah blah blah. And then on my father's side is where I found my paternal side is where I found my African stuff. So I was like, I kind of mellowed down off of being so mad at them. But I'm saying that to say we found a lot of cousins. I'm talking about we finding cousins every week, right? That we're adding on to our Facebook page, and they're bringing more of the family story to us. But we would not know these people if it had nothing to do with the blood test, right? So we getting the blood test, these family, and I never took it. So these are family members that's popping up on the blood test. Then the family, we'll check them out because you have to show how you related to the family. Then they put you on the page. It's the same thing with my paternal line. You have to show how you related. Basically you have to do the same thing you have to do for a tribe. You got to show like why would we allow you into our reunion or into our house? You understand who are you? And so basically I've been seeing that a lot.
I think it's a good thing to have, just to have a marker to pinpoint if you want to feel like you are part of something. But at the end of the day, you just flesh your meat suit, and however you subscribe in life is bottom line. It makes us feel good that we feel like we belong to some group of people. But
so I just want to close out, everybody can get their last little statement, but I want to kind of address, people, a lot of fear-based shit, like don't give them your DNA, don't do this, don't do that. Same type of thing they talked about with the vaccination. Don't do that. They're going to put something in there to kill you. Same shit they could probably put in the orange juice we drink. Or like, if they want to kill us, they could put shit anywhere. Like, I know when I was born in a hospital, right? And they took all types of samples from me. So I think they got my DNA.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like I had kids before. I know, they take the DNA, they do all that. Like, so I'm not so worried about they're gonna clone me. You know what I'm saying? And if they clone me, shit, oh fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not worried about a month after I do my DNA, I'm walking down the street and I walk past myself. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not worried about that shit. I would like to see, because I've matured now and I'm not scared of what my DNA test is going to yield, because I have a better understanding of everything that I'm really presenting to people. You know what I mean? And I'm solid within my heart, and I'm not worried about what their DNA, because I used to be totally against that shit, because I'm like, man, I get this DNA back and this shit say I ain't got no Indian in me, I'm gonna feel like shit. They didn't crush my whole shit. That's what I think people are worried about. You know what I mean?
They feel like that with being African. They want to have that part that says I'm African.
But this the thing, they want that European to co-sign their claims. Because I'm gonna tell you this, I don't know shit about DNA. If I cut myself, all I'm gonna see is blood. I'm like, I don't know nothing about taking those swabs. I can't build a machine. I can't do none of that shit. If you stick me on an island for 50 years, come back, I'm not gonna have a cell phone because I didn't invent it. I'm not gonna have no DNA machines. I ain't gonna have nothing. I'm gonna be living there as primitive as I am. I'm not gonna create nothing, right? So I say that to say that, we use these telephones and we think we the masters and we can make them do all types of things. But if I drop you on an island with just the resources, the raw materials to make a phone, I'm not talking about processed materials, I'm talking about the raw materials, you could come back in 50 years and you still won't have a phone. You know what I mean? You're not one of them. Feel me? So I say that to say that when it comes to this DNA shit, I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I mean? They're gonna take my blood or take a swab and they're gonna give me back wherever the fuck they give me back. I don't know the process they went through to get to come to the understanding. I don't know none of those things. And the people that are giving me advice about whether to do it or not do it don't know none of that shit either. So they trying to influence me with their own insecurities and spookisms. You know what I'm saying? The same way they could inoculate me going to get my shot, my COVID-21, same way they could stick something in there that's going 20 years, man, you could fucking die. Yeah, in 5 years, I get hit by a bus. You know what I mean? It's the same way they could put shit in the food we buy. You know what I mean? If these people want to kill us and want to get rid of us, they don't got to create COVID to get us to go get shots to kill us. They could just kill us.
They already got us in their pocket.
Yeah,
right.
like
they're already in their pocket.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I am worried about satisfying some of my curiosities. And if curiosity killed the cat, fine. You know what I mean? If curiosity killed the 90-year-old cat, that's even better. I feel like I done lived longer than we were supposed to live. You know, we get to the, we black men, we get to a certain age, indigenous men in America, like, nigga, I made it. Like,
yeah.
I live, like, listen, my mom died.
Yeah,
it's monumental. My mom already passed. I've already lived longer than my mom. And I'm healthy. You know what I mean? So, okay, DNA tests are not science. I hear those words, but I would need you to be a qualified scientist to explain to me why it's not. If not, that's like I can't. And this is not picking or directing at any one individual, but I don't take nothing on face value. Just like I don't know if DNA tests are science, I don't know they're not science. I don't have enough information to make an educated decision on it. I know all the decisions I made earlier in my life about it are because I was afraid of it not yielding what I needed, what I wanted it to yield. You know what I'm saying? That's why I refrained from doing it. You know what I mean? And then I threw up the reasons that they could be doing anything with your DNA. They could be doing this. They could be doing that. They could be doing that shit anyway. I don't think they're waiting on my DNA to, you know what I'm saying? To, you know what I mean? Like, I want to satisfy my own curiosities, and the fear that other people have is not going to sway me. So you can't tell me they're going to give you something or they're going to do this with your DNA. That shit don't mean nothing. Because truthfully, if they really wanted our DNA, they could send a whole troop of people in to come snatch you up off the street. Look at Brittany Griner. She ain't got no say-so in what happens with her shit. You know what I mean? Because these people got infrastructures in place where they don't even gotta frame you. They could just wait till you do some dumb shit. Because we all do some shit that we could be held accountable for at some point. You know what I mean? I could hop a turnstile because the train's almost here and I ain't got enough, I ain't got no money on my swipe, but the train here. If I go put money on it, I'll miss the train. So I'm just going to jump that turnstile real quick. Like, they could bag me for it. You know what I'm saying? Legally. You know what I mean? So,
and as long as you have a social security number and your birth certificate number, guess what? You're part of them. So you're giving some samples of your DNA. It really is not going to make a difference because you're technically part of them. You're chattel.
Yep. And it's like, truthfully, when you sign that birth certificate, when your parents sign that birth certificate and all that shit, you don't even own yourself. You don't even own your DNA. They didn't copywritten the DNA. Like, you don't even own yourself on some levels. You know what I'm saying? We've been injecting stuff, like some reports said the stuff we've been injecting into our body has altered our DNA, and they have copyrights on that altered DNA. So after you've been eating a certain amount of foods long enough, your DNA changes and they got copyrights on it. So in all reality, like, you don't even got to sign a organ donor waiver rights and this and that if you've been ingesting a certain type of food for long enough and it alter your DNA to the DNA that they got copyrights on. Now they own the shit. All bunch of type, I done read all types of shit. How true it is, I don't know. I don't care about that shit. I want to see if the stuff they saying matches up to what my people are saying. Bottom line. And if it don't, it's not going to change how I feel about what my people are saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm still going to ride and I'm still going, the GMO food. Yup. I'm still going, you know what I mean? I'm still on my path. Ain't nothing going to take me off this path. So just before we close out, how do y'all feel about DNA?
Let the sister go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would like to do it too. And I also had that whole, oh no, the DNA, no, they got me or whatever. But then, like I just said, in reality, they already got me since I was born. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. I'm not going to sit here and tell anybody don't or you should.
Mm-hmm.
If you're feeling led to do it because you're curious about your own, where your families hail from, where your tribe is from. Like I said, if you're part of this corporation here, then you already are owned, and why not go ahead and do it if that's how you feel. So. But I thank you, Turtle Gang, for coming back onto this live because you had closed out like hours ago, and I came in, and I appreciate you so much for opening the floor back again after hours that you've been on and letting me have a moment of your time, moments of your time. And the knowledge that you've been dropping for years, like you've never wavered, you never changed, your narrative. You stayed true and through with the information, your truths, and seeing you with your book bag and bringing out stacks of information and your own personal, records it was an eye-opening experience for me. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you very much. You're welcome, and appreciate you definitely.
Yeah, well, me myself, I wasn't into the DNA thing. I was just like yourself because I was just trying to find all of the records and stuff like that. But once you find so much, you start getting happy with yourself and just start linking up with your family. You become peaceful. Then you just want to. I'm on the next level, just trying to find some more relatives if I can. So I'm gonna take the test just to see if the stuff I found, if they link up with that, and to see what type of other cousins I can find, like we've been finding. Because we're one big family. I'm starting to see, and I also thank you for coming back up with your podcast, bro. Because it's like you was away for a long time. I see you was trying to do certain things, but the ethers of what was going on wasn't right. So it seemed like you just backed off and just chilled out and just went to the tribal life. I did the same thing. I just went straight to the tribe, start just trying to learn from the elders and ask questions there. And then so I'm glad you came back.
Absolutely,
we need you.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna be away for long. Just a lot, we all got our own things to tend to. Sometimes you need the medicine for yourself. You know what I'm saying? So,
yep.
So and just closing out. So I spoke about somebody being qualified to explain these things to me. So Lisa states she has a master's in science degree, 37 years as an RN. So that's somebody who I would definitely want to hear from, right? So maybe we can have this conversation tomorrow if you're available. You can talk scientifically about why you are against DNA, and you can enlighten us, because I'm not so rigid that my mind can't be changed. And though I have made up my mind to get my DNA test, get my DNA done, I still haven't done it. The spirit still ain't moved me enough to go do it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm still in that process, like, you know what I mean? So if you want to have that conversation, I just know that for myself, I value quality information. I value, like, what moves me is things that can be explained to me and I can really see the math and the science in it without all the spookism. You know what I mean? So most people that give me reasons for not taking DNA tests, it's a lot of spookism attached to it. You know what I mean? my tribe's experience with DNA is that when we made claims and we're putting in claims and suing Manhattan and you know, pushing towards letting people know we still here, we were challenged to see if we were not descendants of the actual Lenape from the area. So you know what they did? They went to the DNA test, right? They went to our burial grounds, exhumed some bodies, right? Took samples from tribal members, and they compared the samples. And when it came back, the state said, yeah, those people. So this is where the DNA was used to benefit us. You know what I mean? So as many stories as people can talk about, oh, I don't trust the DNA and this and that and then that. My tribe's experience with DNA validated our claims. You know what I'm saying? On a state level, you know, on a legal level. So that's the experiences we have with the DNA in reference to our tribe. You know what I mean? So I just want to leave that out there, and hopefully Lisa can join tomorrow. We can chop it up a little bit. I know she has a lot of things. Yeah, people to people connections. Exactly. I agree with you. So that's why it would have yielded the returns it did for us, connecting us to our tribe.
Which Lisa? Lisa Cypress?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's the business.
Yeah. Such as your tribe, who's your daddy? I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh, she's saying that the DNA like it's like that's how you found out who your daddy is.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I be
Family
reading
members,
shit
family
wrong.
members.
I'm like, who your daddy? I'm Lenape, we the grandfather. Let me stop.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
that's
how they
yeah.
find the fathers, the baby daddies, is by the DNA. They do the blood work and then they see that you're matched. So.
Yeah, that's real easy for me to understand. But
Right.
I've taken the time to really delve into the genetic marker aspect of it. And another thing is, like I say, people don't like. I keep coming back to this, right? This. And guess what? Everything that's written and said in our history, the genetics, the markers they've traced, it all confirms what's being said in these books. The places that we migrated to, those genetics are being found. That's why, like, the person who I'm going to have who's going to go over my DNA for me, not only is she a DNA expert, but she also has cross-referenced all the markings with the migration paths. And she was able to identify, like, it says that we were here. We have these markers in us. You know what I mean? Because she's also a family member. She's an extended family member. So, and she's part African, and she's Lenape, right? Documented, knows her African ancestry, all that stuff. And DNA is her specialty. So I'm gonna have her on. She's gonna review everything, and I'm very interested in what we're gonna find out with that show. It's just something that I still got to do it. I still haven't actually done it to give her the results yet. But when I do it, I'm gonna have a whole show about it, and we're gonna talk about it. I'm gonna be transparent and let people know, because I don't care. Yo, my shit could come back and say I'm a direct descendant of Akhenaten. You know what I'm saying? That's not gonna change my Lenape ancestry. That's not gonna change the past 400 years.
Right.
You know what I mean? It might connect me to something going back 10,000 years or however. It might connect me to somebody, but it ain't gonna change the past 400 years. You know what I mean? So we're saying that. Once again, thank you everybody for tuning in again tonight. We had a long day, a lot of good conversation. I appreciate everybody. And yep, Doctor for two. That's right, Doctor for two. that's who I'm going to be discussing this with. Definitely. So once again, everybody, thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you.
I'm about to turn this store on and take it down for the night. Watch a little Thor for the night. You know what I mean? It's on Disney now. Gotta
Hey,
check
nothing
it
wrong
out.
with that. Get your
All
movie
right.
night on. All
Yes,
right.
sir. All right,
Peace.
peace, everybody. Thank you.
Oh.
I hope.